And we're back.
The Bhutan go burr.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Well, I mean, we are.
Back again.
Dear Lord.
Yes.
Uh.
I almost started the remainder of that verse. God damn it.
It's self-ingrained in most 90s kids.
True.
Also just doing a few other things here for the sake of stream, getting that all ready. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying their weekend. I have been awake for most of it.
That sounds incredibly unfortunate.
Yes.
I didn't
Completely
have to wake
understandable.
up as early today. Usually I do.
Always nice to sleep in a little bit.
Yep.
I'm personally getting dumpstered by programs for training, but you know that's how it is.
Oof.
Oof, duh.
As somebody that's going through training myself, I feel you, my friend. Actually, wait, I graduated training yesterday. Fuck.
Oof.
Yay! Wait.
Into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it.
But yeah, the most exciting thing I've done all week, since I haven't had much besides a phase of our lives, is off-screen. I finally got to the Radon fight in Elden Ring. And it only took me 87 tries, but I've beat it.
Hey. Let's go.
I was not prepared halfway through the fight. He just turns into a literal meteorite.
Yeah.
Correct.
He just says, you know what? Fuck, screw gravity. I'm going to hit you with gravity.
Yeah, and well, that and fire. I definitely remember my ass being set on fire as I died.
Yeah, that lines up.
I swear, so many of the From Software bosses are. We started off looking somewhat humanoid, but behold our second phase.
Unless you started with Bloodborne, then you were that was just monsters basically after the first boss.
Mm-hmm. The first boss is actually there to teach you how you're supposed to actually fight in the game. But usually you find the optional boss before him.
Every day I look at any of the Soulsborne's game and I keep having traumatic war flashbacks to the fight with the Nameless King. Curb stomping my dick in. Fuck you, Nameless King.
Yeah, though I'm also playing it in the way that most people consider playing any FromSoft game the wrong way. I'm playing as a mage, so I am playing on easy mode, but it's also hard because I am fighting in constantly locked animations in a game about reflexes.
Oof.
Yeah. Just give me my big Unga Bunga sword.
Man.
No thoughts, just bonk.
Yeah, that's not a good approach for a Souls game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I Unga, therefore I Bunga.
I was talking with a friend about that over the weekend, because they're very big into Soul games, and we were just talking about like my first time playing one and my approach to it. And one friend said, "Yeah, you're way more patient than I am, because you were willing to learn," and I was just like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna just run back in there and try to hit him again." It's got to work eventually.
If you're not hitting it hard enough, you're not trying. That's usually how it goes.
Yes, the time-tried technique of gang up and hit it till it fucking dies.
Uh-huh. Starship Troopers. It's afraid.
I at least managed to get to the point where I now have the best Ashes of War in the game, the Mimic tier. So now my go-to strategy is, if I'm in a fight, I will either summon 3 Spectral Wolves or a copy of myself.
It's at times like these, I kind of wish there was, like, a summon where you could, like, it's like an option, like, the summon itself would be, like, one of the bosses you fought, not one of the big, strong ones, more like, one of the moderate, easy ones that you could just, like, summon and have fight alongside you.
That would work in a Bloodborne where you can have some like human-shaped and sized bosses, but in Elden Ring, there's not a lot of those.
Eh,
Here's a question for you.
yes.
You're introducing someone to the concept of a Souls game, and they're like, "Oh man, so the bosses are really hard. What's one of the more famous ones? What boss do you point to?"
Which of the Souls games do you want me to
The
point
whole
to?
thing, just one.
Ludwig.
I've heard tale of Ludwig.
I've
The
only
being
personally
that
played
fucking
one.
destroyed Lanny's liver.
It's a three-way tie. It is a
Just
three-way...
one. No tie, just one. I'm making you choose.
I can choose because someone just asked me a similar question over the weekend, but to be fair, I've only technically personally played one Souls game, like to the end. So it would only be based off of Dark Souls Remastered.
Honestly, it depends on the Souls game itself, but
Pick one.
I'll go Dark Souls 3, and, well, I would normally say Nameless King, just because, fuck me. No. Champion Gundyr.
For me, I go Elden Ring and I say Right Guard because that sums up so many like boss design like characteristics for FromSoft. But that being said, we've been going for about 7 minutes. Do we want to start going around the horn?
Nah.
Nah, this is just a bullshit stream now.
Congratulations. This is the one chill stream that we're ever gonna get.
I feel like most of our streams and most of our games have been chill.
Yeah, it's only when something explodes that takes up like 3 episodes worth of drama.
Speaking of things exploding, perhaps we should pick up on someone who is recently caught in a blood explosion. Looking at you, Mr. Shadow Dancer Bob, why don't you lead us off?
But that was so long ago. That wasn't recent.
When was the last time anyone else has gotten caught up in a blood explosion? It is comparatively recent.
I mean, technically the Madame, but,
That was just an explosion, though.
I mean, there was blood in the explosion. It wasn't
Okay,
specifically an explosion of blood.
Correct.
True.
Greetings and salutations, friends. I am your oh-so-humble culinary casting catfolk, Shadow Dancer Bob, playing in Dare Highwind, the lovable, gender-fluid love machine, in many other phrases. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Blue Sky, so on and so forth, as Shadow Dancer Bob. My streaming is up in the fucking air because I started a new job about a month ago, and being on the day shift fucking sucks when your soul is nocturnal by nature.
Preach.
Most of the murder cave is diurnal now, and we hate it. That being said, I just started heading out last night, which is this very interesting noir-based roguelike game. I have finished Subnautica Below Zero. I have finished... what was the game I played? I finished Pacific Drive. Fantastic games. I'm going to be starting Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memory soon, since I had a little bit of a break from Kingdom Hearts, and somebody is dying during my introduction. I see you. Cleric! You'll be fine. At least you didn't fall off your chair this time.
True.
Oh, wait. That was somebody else. That being said, CG, where can people not find you all over the internet?
Hello, I am the CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me on various Good Beans D&D channels such as twitch.tv/fartingtart, where you can find me every other Tuesday for Rascals and Ravnica, wherein we're going through a mold dungeon. I feel like we've done pretty well so far in the mold dungeon, but we're not out of it, so we can't confirm. You can also find me on that same channel every single Sunday for War of the Shattered Sun, where we are prepping up for the very end of the campaign. We are level 18, and we got shit to stomp. You can also find me on this channel for the other Tuesdays, so I'm very busy on Tuesdays, uh, for Pack Tactics, our all Warlock campaign that happens roughly once a year. Party went to a wedding. They didn't really like the wedding. One of them in particular really hated the wedding. But that's more or less it for me. Wiley.
Hello, you can find me at not X Wiley Willy anymore. Wiley is Willy on Twitch. I play randomizers, mostly Castlevania. Is my main now. Symphony of the Night, because there's a bunch of different game-changing presets. Other than that, you can find me in Ravnica. Hopefully not dying. And on Sundays, I stream co-op with HelixX. We do multi-world Zelda usually. Every other Sunday, that is. And my music can be found at Ko-Fi and YouTube at Wiley Willy. My commissions are open. Zai, where can we find you? What are you up to?
Hello, hello. You can find me on Twitch and Instagram at ZymieSite and pretty much everywhere else at Zyminess or Zymie, but sometimes that gets confusing. So I made a thing. The thing. It allows you to figure out where I am on YouTube and Blue Sky and all those wonderful things. So on Tuesdays, I have been running the party in Final Fantasy X through hell so that I can get their levels up to eventually fight the Dark Aeons and then eventually fight apparently Final Fantasy X's big bad penance, who I've only seen once in someone else's video and I didn't know existed until this year. I was this year's old. CG's been helping me out with that. Thank you. Let's see. Fridays have been fighting games and beat 'em ups. I missed last Fridays or yesterday's, just because I was working on other stuff and there was landscaping happening here. But what that means is that YouTube videos have been posted. If you like Dragon's Dogma, I posted a video relating to Dragon's Dogma 2, yesterday because I really like that game and I've sunk too much time in it. I have almost as many hours in Dragon's Dogma 2 as Final Fantasy X, and that should really tell you something. But yeah, that's what I do on those channels, and then every other Saturday I'm here on Fawn's channel with these lovely beans, for Saved by the Spell. And Mondays, Vaughn and I might be doing more Wizard Sims play, but we will let you know the date on that when we have it. Yeah, that's me. That's all.
It would help if I remember between streams to uninstall 5 and then install 6.
Why in Sam's hell do you still have 5?
Because I have been busy as well.
But it's like 2 button clicks, though.
I already gave my explanation. I've been busy. I didn't even realize I had switched over until literally I had to restart my computer before the stream.
You can't see it, but I am just doing head pat.
Mm.
But alrighty, that is me. I guess that means Frost, it is you, and then I think we still have Krista after that, and then Vaughn.
Good day, everybody. Twitch, Twitter, jfrost747. Find me here every other Saturday. Find me over at twitch.tv/FartingTart every Sunday and every other Tuesday for both our War of the Shattered Sun and as well as our Rascals and Ravnica campaign. We getting ready for war, at least on Sunday. Tuesday, we're dealing with some mold and shit. Very flammable, explodey mold. But that's me. I do not know if my spouse is currently in the office or still making food.
Also, I'm just gonna say this: you're in a mold dungeon. I'm gonna call it a mungeon.
If it was really bitter, it'd be a curmudgeon.
Now you made it bad. I hate you.
Yeah, I know. That was the point.
All right, everybody, roll initiative. Salus is getting you into the fight with the BBEG early.
Sweet. We're
Nah.
speed running this shit.
Oh yeah, can't wait to see how well you guys hold up against the gauntlet. But no. I see my spouse is still busy. Spoiled Chestnut. They do art. They do things. They are nice. I am married to them. And also, Cat. Hello.
Do the dishes.
I do. Anyways, but that's them. Vaughn.
Alrighty, hey, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky at BurnoutVaughn, over on Patreon, Burnout's Bar, where eventually I'll have content for there. Like I've said, I've been busy. It's been a time. But aside from that, Tuesday we have Pack Tactics. Saturday we have No Love or Extra, where hopefully, I believe now, it'll no longer just be the duo of me and Zako. Sarah will be back and able to join us. And we were reeling from the fact that we are still fighting Hindu Hercules. And somehow that's not the scariest thing we're dealing with. No, we're dealing with way too much trauma for a Grail War, and that's saying something considering every Grail War ever. But with that out of the way, it is time for me to play the lovely theme song made by our good friend X Wiley Willie, so let me just go press the button, and away we go.
Groceries. So they just walked right in, just a foot right up in there. They got everywhere.
Fuck,
Oh
sorry, dude.
no.
Ew.
Like
They-
elbow deep?
They stepped in it, and it followed them. And they were about halfway up my porch when they started doing the, as you say, the Tallahassee two-step, because they were just biting.
Oh
Ugh.
god.
The woman kicked her crock so hard it bounced off my door and flew about 10 feet.
Damn.
It took all my self-control not to start laughing.
You're a better person than me
Yeah.
because I probably would have. Not at
Hello,
them, just
Vaughn.
at the circumstances.
Yeah, hi.
I'm aware when you came off mute,
I know.
I kept talking anyway.
I know.
Good.
I have made peace with our friendship a long time ago, Bob. I know what to expect.
Oh, now you're going to make me change things up. I'm expected. I'm predictable.
As expected as expect the unexpected. But then
Or
again,
expect the unexpectables.
but yeah,
Not
Frost.
this drink, it's someone else.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Frost, will you please kindly take us away?
All right, everybody into the Shadow Realm. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
I'm oddly prepared for that.
You
All
will
right.
not withstand my ghost tricks.
We're playing Battle City rules.
So standard, but with half life points. Got it.
I forget. Was Battle City? No, Battle City was 8,000.
No, it wasn't.
Was it?
No,
No,
Tower City was 4,000. Duelist
none of
Kingdom
the
was 2,000.
none of the animes got to 8,000.
Huh.
However, one duelist got to like 200,000 life points, I believe, at one point.
Something like that.
Yeah. God, I remember those days. Fuck, I miss the old days. Alrighty. Well, let us play some school music. Oh, that is not school music. What the fuck?
I will yeet you from this call, Zai.
Speaking of
Whatever
which,
do you mean?
Zai, why don't you
Yes?
give us a rundown, seeing as how you have invoked Bird Up.
Alrighty then. So, after some combatorium, de-stressing, and some therapy sessions that were well needed, and a hug that was also well needed on Indare and the Fears and from Balki, it's decided that, we passed our exams. We have a lot of shit to deal with, but we should enjoy the free time that has been bestowed upon us. So, after Daedalus and Salus have a much needed chat that hopefully helps my little brother find some sense of peace or solace, we all essentially decided, it might be a good idea to go to the ley line and get some good old shopping therapy. And while we were there, we happened upon a stand or a vendor, one by the name of Brother Bear, I believe. And we picked up some potions, inquired about some scrolls, but also learned that his tribe had been greatly affected by, I believe, a malevolent group that had taken everything from his tribe and basically left them scrounging to essentially make ends meet. Hence why he was selling their wares in the ley line. And Dare was really kind and ended up donating a lot towards the Oak Tribe's cause, from water and rations, and just essentially letting them know, hey, if there's a way we can help, we can help. We also met a delightful Granny Hedgehog folk. While I cannot remember her name, she was super sweet and she was super kind, and she's working on a mantle for me, which is great because I'm pretty sure the one I have is kind of tattered after everything that we've been through. It was about time. I still haven't been able to get all the frog goo out of it. And then after that, we decided, we've done some shopping. We picked up weapons, but in order to prepare for what we're gonna have to deal with, we need knowledge. So the party, Daedalus, Goldblum, and Belky went to go speak with Professor Diane. Supposedly to maybe get more information on how to fight vampires. And the other half of the party, myself, and Darren and Salas decided, you know what? Let's go make a feast so that we can enjoy a good meal. And yeah, that's kind of where we left off. I've heard that the other guys got some news, some very important news and items for vampires, but I don't know quite what that is yet. End game. And that's where we are. I'm hungry. Were we supposed to be cooking?
Excellent work. This will be noted. Speaking of which, we will be picking up with Group 2, who is currently going to try making the feast. So, we shall pick up the scene. And there, you, Iapetus, and Goldbloom, we're hoping to secure some culinary assets for your feast. So, tell me, good sir, how are you securing these foodstuffs, these provisions?
Well, given that I already have a great deal of food supplies in the various chests in my possession, which do not spoil, thankfully. The other odds and ends, bits and bobs, I would probably be heading to the general stores that I have been procuring these particular items from in the past.
Get that. Um, in fact, why don't we actually go to one of these general stores that you're picking up? Because there is a store within the town itself that happens to be a pretty reliable spot, especially for whenever you need to get a little bit of things that you usually can't find on campus, you know, with some of their stuff. Like venison, usually. Because sometimes there's also some pretty good, deli meats and other things that one can procure. Because as you and your group are kind of securing this stuff, you do happen to see a father and son combo. One of them is a Goliath, and the other one is, well, also a Goliath, but much smaller. And it looks like they're kind of lugging this massive boar carcass into the general store. As they're kind of just, going, come on, put your back into it. I'm trying. Whew. Fresh boar for sale.
I guess Alice will look to the rest. Alice is with everyone, I assume. Alice is gonna look to in there and just go, well, all on the menu.
Boar wasn't on the menu, but boar might be something that I can pick up for my own. It's very difficult to get good boar, but good boar cooked properly, mwah, beautiful.
I'll take your word on it, Chef Master. After you.
All right, and in there we'll head in.
And there, you walk into the store. It's kind of like this small little, like, general grocery store mixed with a butcher's deli. It's pretty nice. It's relatively cold in the building, but that's probably due to the fact that some of the magics currently being used are to help refrigerate some of the foods, keep it nice and cold, especially the cold cuts. While you're at it, could you do me a huge favor? Roll me a perception check.
Okie doke. Haha, that's a 22.
A 22. Okay, we are off to a really good start, believe it or not. And there, you're walking by, and you're kind of like taking a passive look around at everything. Like, oh, you know, there's some probable, like, you know, there's some kidney beans on sale. There's a little bit of, oh, some candied yams. little bit of pastrami. But as you walk by, there is a small little wooden rack. Something that you didn't see before. And there's bottles on this wooden rack. You kind of stop for a quick second and look. And you see a big old sign on this rack that says, "Sale. Water-deep white wine. 2 bottles for 5 gold pieces."
Interesting. Now, do I know anything about Waterdeep wine specifically?
I will give this to you for free. Waterdeep white wine is it's a very weird but very rewarding wine, both to drink and cook. For some reason, that's kind of closely guarded by the vineyard producer for this specific wine brand. Waterdeep white wine gives off almost that seafoam white bubbly. It's like champagne, but to the color of the sea. But the good part about it is, depending upon what minor spice you add to it, the wine can take on a variety of tastes. If you add a little bit of cinnamon and sugar, it becomes a nice, sweeter wine. If you add a little bit of lemon juice, it becomes more bitter and sour. If you add a little bit of salt, it becomes saltier. It's pretty much a add spice, mix in, and you have either a nice drinking or a nice cooking.
Interesting.
No,
How
for
many
sure.
bottles are there, you say?
The rack itself has approximately, I'd say about like 30 bottles. It's a sale of 2 for 5 gold pieces. There is, however, a sign that does say limit 2 per customer. And they apologize profusely with this secondary sign going, due to drunken dwarf incident, limited sale will be 2 bottles per person.
He gives a little bit of smile to himself as he looks over at the sign. And then he looks over at the 2 additional bodies that he brought with him, then back at the sign. And he proceeds to hand 2 bottles over to Ieptis, and then two bottles over to each person that followed along with them, along with 5 gold for each person, along with the 2 bottles for himself.
Alright. So, I believe that is 8 bottles in total.
You're not going to get me with that shit. I used to do this my grandmother used to do this back in the day, buying on sale Coca-Colas. She'd bring 10
Goddamn
of us.
right.
Bro, I feel that.
Amen.
Speaking of Coca-Cola.
Actually, you're right, CG. Congratulations on that one. It is Coke. Alright, so 8 bottles of water-deep white wine is being secured. I assume you're still making your way towards the butcher's stand?
Yep.
Alright. It takes you maybe like 20 seconds to walk from the wine rack over. And you see the father and son kind of already starting to dress this board, getting it, prepped. And eventually the father looks down and goes, "Oh,
Hey.
hey! Oh, hey, it's you!" And he kind of And he kind of like
Always happy to be
He's
here.
like, welcome back to the shop.
Taps his nose a couple times. I caught a scent of boar, and I came running.
Ah, well, you're in luck. Fresh hunt, especially considering the fact that we managed to get a nice snag.
Oh yeah, Mother hunts these all the time with her and her group. Looks like good stock.
It is. In taking a closer look at this boar, and there, you do see that it's a big son of a bitch. We're talking at least at least baby cow size.
Given that there was 2 Goliaths that were trying to bring it in, I'll take your word for the size.
Yeah. And the old man goes, so, what can I do for you, old sport? You want some more? What else you need?
Oh yeah. And Dare will basically place down a list onto the counter, and it looks like that the list has been segmented into different needs. There are a number of various meats that are on there. There's a number of various vegetables, spices. There's a lot of cheeses, and there's a lot of creams, things like butter, garlic, creams, milks. There's a lot of stuff on this list, and it's very specific and very listed out exactly how much is needed. As usual, he came in with a game plan, and it looks like he knows exactly what he wants, although he is picking up a few other things as well. Especially with the wine and the boar, there's... Sometimes you gotta splurge just a little bit.
Of course. The butcher kind of looks down at the list and goes, going for some big amounts this time.
Yeah, I imagine that the brie is gonna be pretty pricey.
Well, you're in luck. We actually managed to get some new stock. Alright. This is alright. I can definitely do with this. Oh, speaking of which, do you want some of the, and he kind of jabs his thumb towards the board. You want some of the bacon coming from this one, or do you want normal bacon?
Oh, I absolutely want some boar bacon. Especially some of that pork belly. Oh, that's yeah. Get that thing seasoned, slow cook it for a while, then fry, get a good crunch on it. Oh, you cannot beat that.
Here, while we're at it, I think... Here, 1 second. Boy! Yes! Do me a favor, go over towards the produce section. I need you to bring out the sack. Of course. And you watch the son kind of step away from the boar. He walks away from the butcher's counter, kind of goes through, kind of steps out from behind, goes over towards the produce section, and about a couple seconds later, you see him come back with like this very small burlap sack that he's got in his hand. And he's like, here you go, Pop. Good work, boy. And just immediately, like, pats him on the back. The man takes the sack and he kind of unfurls it open, kind of taking this rope cord that he had tied around it off. And he puts his hand in, and this man pulls out a spud and puts it down in front of you.
Well now, what do we have here?
Let me show you. And you watch as this man takes a very clean knife and he chops the potato in half. And as he kind of pulls it back and kind of moves it to show you the inside, you see this combination of dark and bright purple amethyst. Purple potatoes. High value in oxygen.
Oh, that's gonna look good. I can already see what I can do with them.
They're very good, and we just got them in. How much you need? We can give you the whole pound of sack.
You've been good to me, I'll take it.
I'll make sure to cut it down as well in the price. And he'll just put it onto your list, and he'll just leave a tiny note that says 2 copper pieces.
He motions over towards Iapetus, my associate in crime, as they say. She's been helping me out quite a bit with the cooking as of late, so you may be seeing her face more often.
He does like a curt nod, just I'm doing my best, trying not to hold him back. I've learned a lot from him.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, young lady. Name's Kirk, as he sticks out a hand.
She'll grab the hand and shake. Pleasure as well. Fine display of wares. That is quite the catch. Pointing to the boar.
Ah, yes. I took Dirk out for his. Dirk, what number of hunt has this been for the season? 12th hunt, father. 12th hunt. Oh, wow. Time flies.
It really does, doesn't it?
Ugh.
Congratulations on your 12th.
Next hunt we do, we go back to the homeland for a bit. We'll be heading all the way up into the Icewind Dale. Specifically the spine of the World Mountains. We've gotten word that there is good hunting. Plus, we have a cabin up there, so we're hoping to use it.
Oh, the what mountains? Like her ears kind of like perk up a little bit. We have a hunting association on campus, and sometimes we try to see if we can organize other places to hunt off campus as well, within reason. So
He nods.
Huh.
He says, the spine of the World Mountains are what separate Icewind Dale from the rest of a good chunk of our world. Specifically,
Oh.
if you head up past Waterdeep, past the Sword Mountains, the Crypt Garden, crags, and he kind of just goes on a little small tangent of, basically, it's very far north. We're
Got
talking Antarctic kind of north.
Ah, the colder climates, I see. Requires a lot more patience during a good hunt.
Mm-hmm. It does. Specifically, it also requires a good amount of pelt, especially if you want to get a good night's sleep. If you aren't mountain-born like us, you're not going to have a very good time.
I'm sorry. What did he say? If you're not what?
Mountain-born.
Ah,
Basically, if you're not adapted for cold climates.
gotcha,
Correct.
gotcha. Ah,
You mean like my husband?
Yes.
Who can't stand the heat, but thrives, absolutely thrives in the cold.
Yes,
Mood kindred. Mood
Yes.
kindred.
I remember going out in the snow just wearing some boxer shorts, and my god, is it a great feeling.
I can't deal with 60 degrees.
I did that as a dare once. I walked like 3 houses down and back in like half a foot of snow, just because they said I couldn't.
It's worth it. Speaking of which, hey honey, I think we should try a polar plunge this year.
Fuck you.
I mean, for a donation, that'd be cool.
It is for charity.
Again, I repeat, fuck you.
See the above game. You all see what I deal with on a daily basis.
I don't want to hear it, but anyway, back to the game.
So the colder climates then. Okay. That's actually good to know.
It really is. Some of the creatures you find up there are... Oh! And he kind of just, like, shakes his head. The last time we were up there, I remember a hunt that we took part in. Specifically, what was it? It was the bears. It was the mountain lions. What else did we do? Winter wolf. Ah, the winter wolf. Those are good. Good eating. Good pelts.
Eyes briefly, like, slightly glaze, go back to normal. Huh. I didn't know people ate wolf.
Oh, yeah. It's good eating. No, you gotta really cook it. Otherwise, well, you might get a little bit of the, and he kind of makes a wiggling finger.
Eating
Word.
predator species tend to be a little bit on the dangerous side, mostly because they're known to carry worms, parasites, and other bacteria.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Nods.
That's mostly why we tend to avoid it, at least my family did for the most part.
Yeah,
No,
same.
nods. Dirk kind of chimes up from behind the counter and goes, I mean, technically, we're still waiting for a large enough party to go for one of the bigger hunts. Yes, but we still have yet to get on Navigator, we still have yet to get all this stuff. Yeah, believe me, you want to be able to have as much money set aside for the bigger hunts.
Yeah, it's quite the investment, just with the amount of time that you'd have to stay out there, the materials that you need to bring to ensure that you actually make it back okay, and have sustenance while you're out there.
The only greater danger you really have to worry about is, I mean, there are the chance of potentially running into an ice dragon's lair, but mostly it's frost salamanders.
Yeah, dragons, dealing with a dragon isn't exactly very fun.
No, it is not. Anyways, anything else you might need, dear boy?
Let me see. He basically just runs down the list of his list with what he has prepared. Let me see. Potatoes, chicken, brie. I can use the potatoes that you give me for two or three different purposes. Shrimp, plenty of garlic, mozzarella. Ooh, those peaches are gonna. I can do something with those peaches over there.
Got it.
And plenty of chocolate. I can make some really nice dark chocolate with this. Yeah, I think this is all going to work for now, along with the boar, and he motions towards the wine.
I'm glad someone's going to enjoy the wine.
I take it that folks around here don't exactly enjoy the finer things, or the dwarves have been getting a hold of it.
I mean, they do. It's just been, and he kind of just, not really scowls, but he kind of just like frowns a bit. He's like, some a little too much. Incident with a dwarf a few months ago. The last time we had this.
Which, color me curious. Anybody that I might know?
Yeah, kind of short, portly, brown beard. He basically gives off this description, and this does not match anyone you know.
Ah, okay. Ah, I got you. Nobody that I really know. I know somebody that knows a lot more dwarves around here. Maybe he'd know. I'd have to take a look, and if that's the case, I'll make sure to keep the wine out of his sights. I appreciate the heads up.
No, of course. And he kind of just like nods. Alrighty. Well, yeah. I'll check you out. Just bring up all your stuff and we'll be good to go.
Does any of my associates want to buy anything while we're here? This is a really good food shop, so you can buy anything that you might want for incidentals.
This is true. Uh,
A good food
Actu-
item can be used for other things other than just roleplay. It can even be used in combat.
this. I'm sorry, you said that, and I immediately thought of eggs in Resident Evil.
Okay, that's good.
Give me an egg.
absolutely-
Okay.
Like immediately was just like, all right, egg, yeet, goodbye.
Special omelet.
Hmm.
If we come across any gnomes that mutate into something, I'm sure we'll be sure to throw an egg at it.
I hear a cat. Sorry.
Hello?
I
Yes, that is me.
heard like actual mewling, and I'm like, what? Huh?
I do
Sorry.
that when I'm happy.
Oh, so what? By any chance, what in the way of like fruits do you have? Like, I want to say maybe like either citrusy or kind of exotic fruits.
I mean, we have star fruit, we have passion fruit, we have some pineapple, coconut, any kind of. He goes down a list of like all these different fruits. The only special fruits that we have in season right now are, what was it, son? Avocado? Avocado. Yes.
You know, you should have Daedalus try some durian. Big smile.
So it's looks over at him. It's funny you mentioned that because I was actually gonna ask if if he has durian because there's some interesting things that we could make out of that for hunting purposes.
Durian. I don't believe we have any durian.
If you did, we'd probably smell it from here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, no worries. Although if you have coconut, there's quite a few different uses for that. So I mean, what would you suggest, in there?
I mean, coconuts are good. If you hit somebody in the hard enough in the head, they'll definitely feel it. Trust me, I've been hit by a number of coconuts. Coconuts are also really good, especially for long travel, given that they've got water within them. They're both a food source, a hydration source. Although don't rely on them for too much, because they will mess with your digestive
knowing
system.
you, I would have to imagine that you would get hit by a coconut one too many times and try to turn into some sort of, I don't know, projectile device using them.
I may have thrown some coconuts at some of the other cubs in my tribe, and they may have thrown coconuts back.
Have you ever, before you started traveling abroad, did you ever experience snow
No.
on your island? Reminds me of snowball fights, as it were, except a higher probability of concussion.
Snowball fights. Those are fun.
Oh, I imagine they would have a lot of them up in the mountains.
Oh,
yeah.
they do. The only ones that I'd say are not fun are the ones where someone packs them with ice. But then again, that's part of the olden days.
That does sound like something I would not want to be a part of, admittedly. Ugh. Just kind of rubs his horns a little bit.
He nods.
What about you, Celis? Do you have anything that you might be interested in?
Can't say that I do off the top of my head, admittedly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly not exactly in a good headspace for thinking about food. After all, you kind of cover that for us.
Mm-hmm. You know, some cultures have, whenever it comes to the star fruit, some cultures have a very interesting take on
I already
it.
know where
Where
it's going.
if
Fuck
you,
you.
if you share a particular star fruit with somebody that you deeply care about, and it's a particular kind of star fruit, it's said that your destinies will be intertwined with each other.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. Pow fruit, right?
Something like that.
Uh,
I've only heard legends of it in my travel.
I don't exactly know someone I would share with at this particular moment. So maybe not sharing that today. It is as important as it sounds. You gotta wait for the right moment for something like that.
Yeah, yeah, I could understand. Kind of like, you know, bringing somebody's mother a giant boar back home.
Righty. Well, I think I have everything.
Wonderful.
And he kind of just lugs this massive ass burlap sack up. Softer things are up top, harder things are down on bottom. As
Wonderful.
and he kind of just sets it
Also,
gently.
I think I will get some of those coconuts. Just a few. I have some ideas.
Alright. And he just picks up a coconut. And
Split them in half. Tap the shells against each other behind Daedalus. Make him think a horse is walking up on him.
good lord.
Before or after I make a beverage out of it, potentially.
Yeah, putting a lime in them. Yeah, that can work.
That or it could work as a backup as far as like water for us.
True, but you don't want to rely on it too much. Yeah, it messes. Like I said, it messes with your digestive tract if you rely on it too much. But rely on it, which is one of the reasons why I kept all of that instant water in those beads of sustenance for a while until Brother Bear needed them more.
That makes sense. Kind of like I should probably splice it with something. Also,
Yep.
yeah, that was really kind of you.
He nods. Alrighty.
Oh, how much do I owe you, by the way?
The coconuts are gonna be free, considering he kind of gestures to the giant ass burlap
Got
sack.
you. Does he have a tip jar?
No.
Dang it. Oh, well, thank you. I will definitely make sure to pay it forward then and let others know to come acquire some goods from your wonderful shop.
Of course. And he kind of just looks at you in there and he goes, I'll just put it on your tab. Pay it next time. Sound good?
That sounds like a plan. You know, I'm always good for it whenever it comes time to take care of you, just like you take care of me.
Of course. And with that, he hands you your burlap sack. It weighs a good chunk, but you can lift it.
It's a good thing I'm a strong boy.
Yes.
For now.
Yes. But you will take your foods, your wines, all your resources, head back. And I think right here we'll do a quick little stop so that way we can get
Yes.
everything.
We need to do a certain thing.
Yes.
All right,
Oh,
try now.
look! We did the thing! Hopefully it is better now.
Slightly. It still seems like I have to have Discord up on my main screen, so that way it will not affect the audio, but that makes it hard because then it can't capture the game.
Yikes.
That's a
Well-
shame.
Well, it can keep track of everything we're saying, but it does not keep track of Roll20 if something else is on that screen. I can see if I can move it to the other screen, but now I'm juggling so much and I won't be able to see OBS, but what needs must.
It's all good.
Ah, yes, the Wolf-Flies conundrum.
Well, soon this won't be a problem because I commissioned a PC that can have 3 screens soon. But yeah,
Neat.
this should stabilize everything for everybody.
Do you have 2 screens or 1 screen right now?
2. But that means that 1 screen can't have OBS up.
Okay, here's what you do. Are you able to have OBS up but have Discord over OBS resized slightly, just enough to where your view screen is being covered by Discord, but you can still see the chat and everything and all the vital information that you need?
I'm trying to see here. I'm juggling. If I can have it.
I think I'll go ahead and I'll deafen so I can get a better I can get a better ear of the stream. If everything seems all right, or if there's a problem, I'll let you know.
Okay. I can't wait for him to hear himself or hear us talking about him.
Plan around the plan.
The funny thing is, I usually have the stream going in the background while I'm listening to you guys, so
Yeah.
I can compare the audio.
Wait, CG has to listen to us talking about him? That good bean? That wonderful friend? That very impressive person?
Yes.
He is I see him typing in chat
Yes.
and
'Cause
probably
he's
angry.
a good friend. So kind.
Who we need to give
Aw.
mooncake to.
Oh, I want cake.
Mooncake is delicious. You also need the mooncakes.
I would like mochi if there is mochi as well. Or daifuku.
You still
So
have
funny
the
enough-
mochi in the freezer.
I also
No,
have mochi in
no,
the
honey, it's
fridge.
different. That's mochi ice cream. Oh yeah, that's right. CG, no do egg. No egg.
No,
Uh,
that's okay. No eggy in your mooncake. You get the vegan one, like with red bean or like mung
Ooh.
bean or something, or
Can I have
lotus.
that one?
That's
Yes.
kind of funny. When we were actually cleaning out the storage locker,
Mm.
we managed to find something.
Oh, the taiyaki pan.
Yes.
I would like to make taiyaki because I love taiyaki. For those who don't know, if you watch anime, it's the fried bread that looks like a fish and has red bean paste on the inside. They're really
It's really good.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, when I say mochi, my love, I mean like daifuku, which is red bean paste wrapped in mochi. It's not cold, it's like room temperature. They also have one that's like wrapped in sesame seeds and it tastes kind of like peanut butter. There's a taro one, because I know Zai mentioned taro in the chat above. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different kinds and they're really, really tasty. But my favorite is Ichigo Daifuku, where there's a strawberry on the inside.
I do like strawberry though.
Jeez.
Also, sounds like the audio was fixed.
Because I've had Discord up on one screen the entire time.
Yay!
I'm trying to check in sound
Look,
settings, but that's the best I can do is I'll let you know if I find anything. So you guys can keep
Got it.
going.
It's,
Discord's
it's
been
all
acting weird as of late for everybody.
yeah, the new update kind of's been fucking with everything. Speaking of which, for those of you that
did it
own
do that?
Discord servers, if you want to maintain some privacies and everything else, go to your server settings, go to the oh fuck, I don't know what the fuck. It's basically to get rid of that activity feed.
Oh yeah, server settings, overview, scroll down like almost 3/4 of the way to the bottom, and it says like activity settings preview or something like that.
Yeah, honestly, like, don't get me wrong, it's cool to see, like, hey, who's still online, who's doing what, but I don't need to see, like, you don't need to sometimes see what people are doing.
Like, I don't need to see the fact that CG is playing Master Duel right now.
Uh-huh. Or that
Correct.
someone's playing something in the, other thing.
Where is that in the server feed? Or the server settings?
It holds up in the top right, and it doesn't. It's not just active either. Like it'll have that up there for like 3 days.
Yeah. This session is going to be a lot of both in-game and out-game of us talking about shit.
That's okay. I'm going to continue?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I just had to change my setup, but we'll get through it. Here we go.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'd say it doesn't take you guys a whole lot long to get back to the campus. And there. I believe you are
Yes.
wanting to prepare this feast now. Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, I'm looking through at all of your culinaries.
I have I have plenty of things prepared, and I have some bits and bobs and some things to do with the folks that are assisting in cooking.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to ask this. How many courses are you making?
3 courses, 2
Three
dishes
courses?
per
Really?
course.
2 dishes per course. All right. I am going to say I will need 3 checks
Mhm.
from your cooking. If you have anyone helping you, you will be making these checks with advantage.
Iapetus is absolutely helping. Like she's
All
already
right.
looking for an apron that he might have extra that he might usually let her use to help.
Now, I have a question for for anybody that joined the room. That's in Dare's room cooking. Dare is as he's getting ready to cook, he is. Iapetus, you noticed this before that he kind of went still for a moment before he started cooking, but this time he's still for a lot longer. If you choose to, you don't have to, but if you choose to, you can make a perception check if you'd like, because he is whispering something under his breath.
I would like to. It's my regular ears and not my doggo ears, but I would like to
What
perceive.
do the elf ears hear?
I'll give a
If they-
perception.
Ooh,
17.
Okay, 17 and
19.
ooh, damn, we got a double.
So, this is what you both hear as Indare stands in front of the area where he cooks. Everything is laid out, everything is prepared, and you hear him mutter something to himself. As we stand before this hearth, preparing a feast for those that we hold dear, I call upon your sacred presence. With each stir of this pot, with each slice of this knife, we seek your honor. We seek to honor those that we love and those you graciously bestow upon us. Bless these ingredients, we humbly ask, that they may come together in perfect harmony. Infuse this meal with your divine essence so that it may reflect the deep connections we share and the affection that binds us one and all. Let the flavors meld as seamlessly as the bonds of our friendship and the love that we cherish together. Guide our hands as we cook, so that our intentions may be pure and our actions a testament to the care and devotion that we hold for all who partake in this feast. Let every step in this preparation be imbued with the warmth of your presence, transforming each ingredient into a vessel of joy and love. Bless this kitchen, thine goddess, with your light so that the food we prepare may nourish not only our bodies, but our souls. May the act of sharing this meal together be a celebration of our bonds, whether platonic or perhaps romantic, and a reminder of the joy found in our togetherness. Grant me your grace so that I may serve this feast with a heart of gratitude and love, and that it may bring comfort and happiness to those who gather around this table, though they stay in a time of darkness. May this meal be a reflection of the affection and care that fills our lives, a true offering to the love that you so generously guide. And as he stops muttering that to himself, he begins moving quickly. And I will go ahead and make those 3 checks for you real quickly.
By all means.
First, 19.
Okay.
Second, 16.
Okay.
Third,
Final.
28.
Perfect. So,
That was beautiful, by the way.
That was
Yes.
great.
very nice. So, let's start with the first of your cooking checks. Your first 2 dishes that you work upon. Easily, it's not even that much to think. Basically, you get into the rhythm, you get into the habit. In fact, it kind of is a little bit of like a nice, almost like a dance to you as you're getting this beat into the cooking. Though you still put the passion into it, by the end it does start to get a little bit waned, but that's probably due in fact that you're kind of focusing more on this dish in particular, and you're already switching up to the next dish, which with a score of 16, you still keep that beat going, you still keep that rhythm, you still keep that drive, but you're basically letting it simmer now, at least. You don't want to let it overboil with your dishes. But it's that third and final course that you work upon that the passion, the flair, it kicks up to an 11. As at one point, you actually decide to play a little bit with the risque and just kind of like how you would see at some hibachi restaurants and everything else, you take a bit of oil and you light the flame to go even higher and hotter. But in the end, it takes, I'd probably say, about 2 hours to get everything prepared. Fingertips. Though you are missing a few of your party members.
I'm sure they'll arrive in time.
Of course.
Oh, I just realized I miscounted. It's 4 courses, 2 each. Would you like me to roll one more time?
Let's see what we can get with this next.
That's a 30.
Alright. I'd say right as you get done with the third one and you think, oh, I've got enough, then it kind of hits you and you go, wait a minute, no, there is one thing I can do. And then you go back to it. You basically grab that cooking oil and you look at it and you go, mentally in your head, spread more half of it out as the flames are erupting. This is it kind of is like a reminder of some of the great fires that would be back in your home, back on the island, where your family and your people would just enjoy the nice roar of the bigger bonfires, especially if one of the trees that were harvested was much larger. It's pretty good. It's a good cook. Salus, you can action as you're assisting. And it kind of helps that you're, a tiefling, considering it's getting hot in here.
I want you to know I'm singing the song internally.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking of Nelly.
Goodness. And there you... I can't believe I'm saying it again, but you might have outdone yourself. This all looks amazing.
He gives a little bit of a smile. Hey, Frost.
Yeah.
I believe you said that there may be like an additional role to all this, or is that?
Are you wanting to create that little piece now? If so, this is going to require another of your cook checks, as well as an Arcana check.
It's
Specifically,
I'm
the Arcana first.
Yeah, I'm riding high, so I'm going to give it a shot and see if he's still got it in him, or if he just burned out with burned all the inspiration. Arcana 15.
All right, a 15. That will meet. That will pass.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what you do with this cook.
All right. And I am using the Hewert's Handy Hewert's spice pouch as well, because I doubt that Iaptis can help me with this.
That is correct. This one is going to be
30.
You.
Let's go!
Okay. Damn. Right in the high, right in the lightning. And much like it, you begin work on this final piece. This masterpiece that I will enjoy hearing you describe in just a little bit.
As he is doing this, and as he is working, like the flames are burning high and bright. At one point in there, just the gauntlets, the gloves that he'd been using to cover and protect his hands, that one of the reasons why he has such phenomenal strength as he does, he turns, and in a moment with this almost crazed look in his eyes, he just slings his arms. The gauntlets fly off his hands and tumble side over side to his side, as the hands that are now marked with fire, he continues to cook. And the hands that were marked by the flame begin working with the flame in and of itself. The way that they move and the way that he's talking, he's not talking common at the moment, if that makes sense to Iaptis and Salus. It's like he's going back and forth through a different couple of languages. There's even a couple fragments of he's speaking Draconic, he's speaking Elven. There's even a couple words of Sylvan in there. It sounds like he's talking tongues, and there is this almost wild look in his eyes as he is going through this process. If any of you have like any kind of magical sense or anything like that, there is definitely a magical aura flaring about him right now. I don't know if that would, if you would get anything, given that you have kind of doggo senses.
Also with that whole Feywild connection, possibly. Is that something I would pick up on, Frost?
I could. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty much
like not know the origins of it, but be able to tell there's like, Derby magic afoot.
Yeah. Also, let me just so that way. Let's see if it works.
She'd probably say out loud, "Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him do this before." She technically hasn't, right, in there?
That's because every time that he does it, nobody's around. This is the first time that y'all are actually there for the creation of this particular aspect.
Yeah, he's never done this before.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but I really do not want to disturb this process, whatever it is. It's-
I don't think we should either unless like he asks for our help.
yeah.
Probably
gonna-
akin almost to like meditation in a way.
Or a ritual.
Or that.
And with
As we're
that-
just watching culinary fervor before us.
Yeah, like unless Indare seems to like signal for particular items, she will not interfere. She will just kind of like take it in.
I imagine I imagine it's a similar feeling like if you're watching a conductor orchestrate the performance of a lifetime and then you're just kind of there 2 feet to the left just watching it all go down.
I'm going to paint out a scene for you.
Mm-hmm.
For those that have seen Howl's Moving Castle, you basically watched Howl do the shift while him and Calcifer with the frying pan in the middle of the circle and everybody's off to the side watching. You just watched the shift happen.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make an Iron Chef reference.
Mm-mm. Like, fur is up, shifting, wafting around, and moving. If you weren't used to it, this might be a little bit concerning.
Got you.
But after it's all said and done, like, everything, the fire, it raises up to this crescendo as he's moving, throwing items down into the dish, cutting, slashing, moving with this almost imperceivable speed and focus. And just as quickly as it raises to a crescendo, it stops. Everything stops so suddenly fast. And there's quiet. And there's fur is kind of matted down against him as he's sitting there and panting. But after a few moments, a smile appears on his face as he turns, retrieves the gauntlets, puts them back on, and he begins plating.
Oh,
Soon.
fuck.
If
Right.
wait,
Holy
soon,
fuck,
huh?
man.
Mm-hmm.
He said soon.
Oh,
I will say this for a little bit of brevity's sake. Our party number 1, involving our beloved wizard Drow and our little hot-headed Ganassi.
And
You
our
guys
sensitive nipple
do.
druid.
Yes, and the sensitive nipple druid. You guys do get back, and you remember that Endare did say that he wanted to treat you all to a feast. So you do make your way, and as you get onto Endare's floor, the smell of cooking is in the air. Like, it is actually like a pleasantry. Like, there is some happy smells in the air to basically put this as possible.
Well, it smells like Pussycat's been busy. Not that I can actually in real life smell anything right now.
Damn, skill issue.
So we're going where right now?
You are heading over to Ender's room, as
Oh,
he
okay.
did say he wanted to treat you all to a feast.
Well, here's the question. We actually did kind of split up at the end of that because Daedalus still had to go reprogram all of the security bots.
Oh yeah.
I will
And
say
also,
this.
and also read non-detect Anki.
You did manage to get that off.
Okay.
I remember that happening last time. I will say, as far as reprogramming, mentally you kind of think you could do it a little later, just because, you know, it's kind of a nice thing to just be able to go and have some food. Plus, you're kind of being told by that metal scarab attached to your chest, you need to eat. As the daily reminder has kind of been blinking 3 times today.
You forget he is on the he's on the spectrum. He does not know when to eat until he starts to shake.
Exactly. Hence why your aid is helping you.
All right, Daedalus will walk towards the back of the group, quickly run his hand over his face, and do.
You okay, Specs?
Well, the second you turn around and ask him that, you'll notice he has a much happier expression on his face.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You look like you're in a good mood.
Good enough. I can smell the food. It'll be nice.
Yeah. Wonder what we got cooking for us.
Smells like meat.
Probably would make sense. So, what's going on with you, man? Like, you've been a bit weird lately.
Well, I didn't actually realize this until literally in Diane's office. This will be the first funeral I've ever gone to, so that's a bit to process.
Yeah, I'm not really used to funerals myself, but...
Also, this is the first person I've ever known who's actually fully died and not been brought back.
Wait, I mean, other than Sully, who have you known that died and was brought back?
He stares pointedly at you without saying a word.
Oh, I mean, yeah, alright, but that didn't feel like dying, that was just like, yeah, it felt weird, man. It just felt like, you know when you fall asleep and you wake up, it was kind of like that. Like, there was nada.
I wouldn't know, I don't sleep.
It's like eternal TV static.
Yeah, kind of like that, except essentially it was a time skip, so yeah.
Well, either way, it's all things I get to learn how to deal with. Yay, trauma. He says with a very sarcastic look, like the happiness kind of like seems to like fade for half a second. Sarcasm hits, and then it's back to happy.
Alright, well, think about it like this, yeah? So, your friend, was she, like, devoted to any particular god or anything like that?
None that I'm aware of. I only actually got to meet her a few times. I spent the
Okay,
most time.
well.
The last time we actually were together was the most time I ever spent with her. She was very busy. She was actually Nailok's former apprentice.
Ah. Well, the way I understand it, and you're gonna have to ask a cleric for, like, certainty, but the way I understand it is, you essentially go to whatever god's domain that claims you, right?
Oh, not her.
And... Huh?
Not her.
Why is that?
Because she was burned with soul fire, there's nothing left.
Oh. And Belky just goes real quiet.
So let's go get some food. Daedalus says, just kind of walking past.
Yeah, Belky shuts the fuck up for that, and then we'll follow after. And just, on the door.
And there's knocking on the door.
The door opens after a few moments, and the smell that hits you. I can't describe all the different smells that just hit you in the face as soon as you walk in.
Oh. Bro, is that bacon? Is that bacon?
Not only is it bacon, It's boar bacon.
Oh, fuck yeah. What all you got? This looks good.
Enough. Have a seat.
It's a good thing we don't have any halflings with us. Otherwise, this would not be enough.
Also, Indare, do you have it? I know you have some books on phoenixes because you're getting ready to raise one. Do you have anyone with pictures of what they look like in stages of development?
Check that one over there.
Okay, he'll go over there, grab the book, and before he starts flipping through it. Also, Salas, can you let me know what young? It was a gold one, right? Dragons, what they look like?
Sure, he says, a little suspicious.
The programming these security bots is really rudimentary, so I literally have to basically have Perdix go through my mind, take a picture of what I know to be something is, and then program it directly into their, like, files, so they know not to attack that's something that's shaped and looked like that.
Huh.
And so
Maybe have something that works, maybe give like a symbol or something that's specifically with our group that would act as a primary, and then maybe they would have to follow up with some kind of passphrase or what have you if it's not automatically set to us.
I'm trying, but again, like I said, their programming is rudimentary, and I'm only just now getting a handle on anything that isn't a Securitron. Basically, I'm just having to have, like, Perdix just work as a translator to take my thoughts and basically turn them into a form of code. It's very complicated, and it also gives me a headache, but I'm just trying to make sure that nothing gets hurt.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be a little bit for me to describe this for you, so why don't we go take care of that after this fine meal that I made up for all.
Okay.
Oh, I got something for us to do after we eat. Speaking of said birdie bird. Hey, Pussycat, have you candled that egg?
Meaning?
So we turn out all the candles, except one. We take a piece of parchment and we put it in a, like, we wrap it around the candle, and then we set the egg on top of it. And because it's dark, you'll be able to see everything that's inside the egg. So you're gonna need some tongs so it doesn't set the fucking paper on fire. But, yeah, you'll be able to see what's inside it. If it's, doing okay and moving around and how close it is to hatching.
He motions over towards the modular incubator. Take a look for yourself if you'd like.
Okay, but can you see inside the egg?
No, but I can see the cracks that are forming in it.
Oh shit, alright. So Bucky will take a look at the incubator. DM, what do I see?
You see an incubator.
Yes.
You could, as you get closer, it's warm. Very warm.
Uh-huh. Okay. What's the egg look like?
The egg it's got quite a decent amount of cracks on it.
I was about to say, if you ask what egg, I was going to come through this Discord.
Oh, when did you get here? It's so good to see you. We don't have any food, so
Would you believe it or not, I actually was about to say that just for a joke.
I'm a DM too. I know those games.
I know. I can't wait to unleash the worst ones.
No!
But to answer your question, the egg is quite cracked. It's radiating heat. It is hotter than Satan's ass crack in the middle of a Nevada, like dry heat.
All right. So,
hey, who's hungry?
Well,
exactly.
I have a question for you, DM, because I don't know how much you know about chickens and hatching of eggs and like that kind of thing in general. So usually, what happens? Yeah, I'm the one who's autistic ass looked all that shit up. Anyway.
And you've explained it to me so many times.
So when an egg is hatching, you'll get a pip, which is when they put the first hole in the egg so they can breathe. And then they do what's called unzipping. They literally go in a circle around where that pip is. So like the shell comes off roughly in two parts. So is it currently unzipping? If it is, that means it's like the day of. They don't start cracking until they're ready to hatch.
So to answer your question, you kind of look. I'm going to say this.
Yes.
The cracks are more around the mid-center area. It looks like it's starting to ring, but it's not quite ringed yet.
Okay, I will also say, if your bird hasn't gotten itself out over a couple days, probably dead.
True.
So what
But
you're
this
saying
isn't a normal
is,
bird.
Well,
If-
so I'm assuming there's no humidity inside of there, because if there's not enough humidity, birds will actually essentially get shrink wrapped in the membrane that's around the inside of the egg. So you know when you crack the egg open, like when you're baking things, and you've got that like membrane on the outside, or when you make hard-boiled eggs, that like, you know, like that skin over the egg once you crack it open. That will essentially saran wrap the critter if there's not enough moisture to keep it, you know, loose. If there's too much moisture, you'll drown whatever's inside the egg.
Well, I'll put it to you this way.
Yes.
This is not a
magical
chicken.
creatures. I understand.
It is a literal Pontiac.
They don't exist anymore.
I know.
Mm.
It hurts.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts every goddamn day
I know.
think about wanting to own a Firebird.
I understand. However, how close is it to hatching then?
Give me a nature check.
Okay.
Only you.
Okay. Let me get my actual character sheet up. Here we go. You said a nature check?
Yes.
Good
Nature.
fucking luck on that one. Still a +4, who knows? 17, that's not bad.
It might be getting close, considering there's a crack of a ring crack starting to form around the midsection.
oh god, the cops are going to be coming into my room before long.
Hide the nip. Hide the nip.
Throw the bag of nip into the ceiling fan.
God.
If you get the joke, congratulations.
Hello.
I watched a Badger. I believe I watched a Badger stream too.
Anyway, yeah, cool. So it's getting close. Nice.
Yep.
Pussycat, you're gonna be a dad soon.
Woogie, 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 woogie.
Daedalus furiously cracks open that book and starts looking up baby Phoenix pictures.
Depending on how I feel, whenever the bird sees me first, anyway.
I mean, I hope it's you and not all of our ugly ass faces.
I don't know about ugly. There's a number of ways that I could describe you lot. I wouldn't count ugly.
I was making a joke.
I apologize for what is about to be posted.
Oh God, what are you doing? Shut
had-
up!
I've had worse.
Anyway, I was just making a joke, Pussycat. I think you're perfectly pretty, as you are.
He gives a sly smile at that.
Aww. Right, so where's the plates? I want to get some grub.
Well, y'all are going to sit right over there at the table,
Aw.
and I'm going to be systematically bringing out courses, usually 2 at a time, and you're going to be able to take what you want. If you don't want a particular course, that's fine. There's going to be something else coming after.
That's fine. Do we have drinks?
Absolutely. We have many different kinds of drinks. What would you like? I focused on the food.
Dealer's choice, my friend.
He grins. I got something for you.
All right.
And it's customizable, too. He wanders off and he picks up a bottle, one of the bottles.
Mm-hmm.
He uncorks one of the bottles, and he begins pouring glasses. He takes a look at each one. They're all white wine.
Mm-hmm.
And as he sets the wine in front of each person,
Mm-hmm.
he sets a Heward's handy spice pouch in front of each one. So, here's what happens. He puts the spice pouch on the table. Each one of you reach into the bag. Think of a spice. You're going to take that spice and then put it into your drink. It will then change your drink based on that spice.
Oh, interesting.
Salus, with his tiefling nature and just a bit of curiosity, may I give it a try?
By all means.
He's gonna reach.
You were there when I bought it.
He's gonna reach into the spice pouch, and he's gonna pull up a tiny bit of cayenne pepper, and he's going to add it to his wine.
Ooh.
Mm.
Valky will reach out for it and get some mulled spices for her wine. Put that in there.
Mulled spices?
Mulled wine, yeah.
Okay.
M-U-L-L.
Mm-hmm.
Mull E-D, yeah.
Yeah.
Not mold, not the dungeon that you're going to. Not mold dungeon.
I know. I know what mulled wine is.
Myconids are chill dudes. I'm just saying.
Give them wine, yes. That's how you make friends with them.
The stories I could tell you about myconids.
Actually,
Namely-
no, hold the fuck up. I just had a stupid thought. Absinthe is
opposed
a
to?
psychedelic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so absinthe itself.
Is a drink.
Oh
Uh-huh.
God, not absinthe.
No. Hear me out. Hear me out. The part that makes absinthe the psychedelic.
Okay.
Could it technically come from a myconid?
Magic mushrooms? Fuck yeah.
And that is how the hippies hunted the myconids to extinction.
Oh my god.
Apparently, there is such a thing as mushroom wine in South Asian cultures.
Gamer girl myconid bathwater.
Yeah.
Can we move on?
Yes, please.
Yes.
You've
my
ruined it,
apologies.
honey. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you.
What's Zai and the big guy getting? Or sorry, not Zai. Fucking Iapetus and Goldblum getting for their wine.
I'm gonna let Goldblum go first, cause I have an idea.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Say what now?
Yes.
Gonna put all of the spices in.
So what you're saying is he
Oh.
puts his hand in the bag and takes out all
Oh.
spice.
Oh, this is actually. This is gonna be fun. I actually have something for this.
I would have expected him to choose salt because salt is a rock, and he is also rock.
Yes. Pink Himalayan rock salt, the finest of salts.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Zai.
So, Iapetus is going to put her hand into the bag and take out a citrus zest mix, like lemon and orange and lime. Sprinkle that into the drink. Then take out her bag, like her Hewitt Spice like bag, and take out specifically apple pie spice.
Ooh.
And drop that in.
Okay.
Above game, I am attempting to make a sangria, but with white wine. Or mulled wine, or with white wine.
I will describe it in just a bit. And I believe we only have one other person left.
Indare does
Okay.
not drink.
So Indare will not drink.
He's not drinking yet because
I was gonna say.
he's not partaking because he has to feed his friends.
Fair enough.
So everybody except Indare has a drink?
Hold on. Daedalus, you partaking in the wine?
Oh, that's right.
Daedalus does not want to upset anyone, and so he is going to try to do something unnecessary, but for him, because he does not want to drink. In fact, his entire vision of what drinking is more someone he now very much hates. So, he's going to see whoever is not directly holding their glass after having emptied it. And as he goes to take a drink, he's going to use a use of his arcane matrix to quicken spell Vortex Warp someone's empty drink with his.
Nobody's drank yet.
Thought that's what everyone...
Indare also, I will say, Daedalus, knowing the people around him, he probably also know that if he asked to not be made to drink, given that even Salus usually doesn't drink, Indare would be understanding and would probably get you something else.
Yeah, there are plenty of non-alcoholic drinks that can be made. I mean, you've got juices, you've got
Water.
basically water.
Yeah.
Hell, club soda.
Then Daedalus would have just tastefully put a hand over his mouth while everyone else was trying, so I just go, I preferred something non-alcoholic. With a message. Just try not to really make a big deal out of anything.
Yeah, no one's gonna force you.
Yeah.
You're around friends.
And any particular non-alcoholic drink?
Daedalus didn't specify he trusts in Dare.
And Dare, dealer's choice.
Cider, yes.
Cider would be good.
Mmm.
Yes, a nice spiced cider with no alcohol. Something that's really hearty and flavorful because he knows the boy works too much and he doesn't eat.
All right. So, I can already tell you, I can give you a type of apple cider that I think might, it might tickle your fancy. And it's actually kind of a good one.
It's not hard cider, just regular cider, right?
Jazz apple. Jazz apple cider. They're sharp and fruity in flavor and dense in the texture. But when turned into the cider, it gives it that real nice fall crisp.
Alright. Well, before everybody starts drinking, or drinking or eating, Belky will look over at Indare and go, "What, you're not getting anything?"
The chef serves before the chef makes sure that everybody is fed before he eats himself. I'll eat with you, but I'm making sure that everybody is fed first. He gives a little bit of a smile.
But
After everybody has plates, I'll get mine.
Alright, but I want to make a toast, so hurry up, pussycat. Come join us. We want you as our friend, not our chef.
He walks over and he pours himself a glass. And he reaches into the pouch. He reaches into two different pouches and he pulls out two different powders. It looks like one is a deep earthy brown. And the other, as soon as he pulls it out, you can immediately smell vanilla as he begins mixing the two together.
Nice.
He gives it a nice swirl. And he holds up his glass. Your toast.
Well, first, a toast to the chef, to our dear friend, compatriot, and all-around hellraiser. And she'll like lift her glass to you with a little nod.
He gives a bit of a smile.
But also to us, not just because we passed our final exam, not just because we got to be friends this year, but we have gone through hell and high water together. Every single one of us. We have fought, let's see, what was it? A basilisk. We fought a dragon. We've gone on adventures in foreign lands. These are things that they talk about in stories and legends, and we are doing it, fam. We are conquering these things one at a time. I'm not saying we're gonna save the world, but hopefully, before long, we might take down a cult. We will get a fucking archdevil's staff back to prevent, I don't know, hell being raised on Earth. We are going to become something that people are never going to forget. And she lifts the glass to everybody. My friends, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, I love all of you very much. And I never thought I would have friends like you guys. So cheers to you. All of you. Now let's eat! And she has a drink.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Also,
Hi.
is Antimony here?
Antiminy's kind of dealing with something at the moment.
Okay. I was like, wait, I hope she's not, like, left out. Oh no.
No, Antiminy's currently dealing with trying to make sure that other things are being done.
Okay.
Mostly with the fact that she's kind of needing some help with some studies.
Oh, okay. Did she not pass?
Oh no, she passed!
Okay.
It's just currently she's not wanting to have a same fuck up as the last time.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. That's fine then.
She passed and she's getting a doggy bag.
Correct.
And she was invited.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But the roaches were not. Fuck the roach, like fucking all of those things. But they live out in the woods now, so it's okay.
Yes, they have.
They went to their
created
new country.
Yes,
Yes.
they have created free roaches.
And Adair still thinks that was a fever dream.
Yes.
But yes, the food. It's to die for. You guys feast. In
Shall
fact-
I take over from here there, Jay
Please,
Frost?
I would love you to do.
Good. I'm glad, because I spent all afternoon making shit. So, the first thing that Indair brings over, as this plate is set before you, your senses are immediately captivated by the sight and the senses of a deep purple potato. These normally golden brown skins that are crisp to perfection cradle a molten layer of sharp, melted cheddar cheese that oozes slightly over its deep purple sides. It beckons you closer. Nestled into the top of this cheesy bed are generous crumbles of boar bacon, their smoky, wild aroma mingling with the cheese to create an irresistible nature. The bacon, perfectly crisp, but not too crisp, adds a satisfying crunch with every bite, a contrast to the smooth and creamy dollop of rich sour cream that crowns each potato skin. The cool tang of the sour cream balances out the richness of the cheese and the bacon, while a fresh sprinkle of bright green chives adds a burst of color, yet a subtle oniony kick that ties everything together. One bite of these potatoes seems to radiate, the warmth seems to radiate through your fingers as they're still piping hot. The savory scent grows stronger. Every mouthful just rich and indulgent, as every bite is a perfect harmony of texture and tastes like a symphony of comfort and delight. The second dish is brought out, and some of you would be surprised to see it's a wheel of cheese. As this dish is placed before you, the rich aroma of warm, ooey gooey melted cheese fills the air, drawing your gaze to a baked wheel of brie with honey and almonds. The brie itself, a golden wheel of creamy perfection, sits in the center of this platter, its edges slightly caramelized in the heat. A thin, glistening layer of honey drapes over the top, catching the light and creating a tantalizing sheen that promises sweetness in every bite. Scattered across this gooey masterpiece are toasted almonds, their nutty aroma mingling with the earthy scent of the cheese. The almonds, lightly brown but still warm, add a soft crunch to the soft, molten brie, their flavors perfectly complemented by the delicate sweetness of the honey. Surrounding the brie are slices of thinly sliced, crusty bread. Their edges are crisp and golden, with a soft, pillowy center that is just being begged to dip in the cheese. Tearing off a piece of the bread and plunging into the brie, the cheese yields effortlessly, coating the bread in a luscious, velvety layer, the honey adding a kiss of sweetness that plays beautifully on the rich, buttery brie, and the almonds provide a satisfying contrast with each brie. These are your appetizers for this evening, my friends.
Brie.
I've never eaten brie, but with that, I really want some.
Brie is a very not good cheese to just eat on its own, but brie shines when it's mixed with something.
I heard
It's
it's
very
a good
salty.
like bake cheese, like
It
brie
is
and camembert.
really good.
Nice.
Take it from the cheese addict.
I assume. We can get brie at Aldi, so maybe I'll try making the Indare special as an appetizer. It doesn't sound too hard.
We also have the market district we need to go to.
Oh yeah. That sounds very nice. Yeah, no, Belky is absolutely gonna dig in. Also, if you hear me kissing on my kitty, there is Titan on my lap against his will, and then Pixie, who is half asleep beside me. So.
Oh.
It is both a blessing and a punishment for him.
Yes, because he won't leave me the fuck alone.
And he also was a bad boy today.
I don't know which one of them did it, but I can assume that it was Titan who pissed on our bed.
Maybe we don't talk about that
Yeah.
while
Well, not while we're eating.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Please. Please no talk of the function.
I have so many more. Now, I'm leaving an option for everybody to like get roleplay in if they choose to before I continue on with the next one. I don't want to just overshadow with like 20 minutes of me talking like the cooking contest.
It is, look, above game.
Fine.
This coming from the DM. This is fine. I will say we can take a little bit of a break,
Yes.
just so that way you can be prepared for everything.
Oh,
because-
I've got everything. Dude, I have spent like 4 hours earlier today writing this shit. The prayer was pre-written. My menu was pre-made. I have every description of everything that is on the table written out. Like, I could straight up go down the list right now. I came prepared for this campaign.
I would not. That's up to all of y'all. Y'all get
Bye,
this.
Titan.
This is all you.
I would say now's a good time for a break because I also have to try to refresh the stream to see if it'll fix the CPU issue that's making it so I
Oh,
can't actually look at the
point.
screen.
Just close Chrome, man.
I don't have any other like means for internet on my computer. That's how I have to capture it. So I'm just gonna refresh and hope for the best.
Let's take the.
We're gonna take the break, and then
Alright.
we're going to come back to the amount of food that's going to make me go hungry.
I warned you before the session started.
I know.
I literally made sure to
I've
eat
got a popsicle.
as you
I'll probably be
finished
making.
like cooking. I was like, "Yep, just gonna shut in my mouth for now.
I will be right back.
The most interesting thing is, I didn't even offer the feast. I got told last session, hey, you're going to make a feast. Cool.
I always look forward to when you put a menu together because I'm just like, I can't wait to see what he has been like pondering over to put together.
Yeah, unfortunate to fix that's probably gonna be reboot my computer because this is just like a one-time thing. This has never happened before. Like for all my other games, it's fine. Today, it's just like, you know what? No, Chrome decides it needs at least 70% of my CPU for one tab.
Hey, by all means, go ahead and do that. Some of us can take that opportunity to update our various Discord servers to stop that activity thing that's happening.
Yup.
You know if there's like
Already working on it.
You know if there's a tab with a bajillion ads being blocked? That's another source of like CPU.
Well, I mean, that actually is probably not even working anymore because the most recent Chrome update is actually trying to kill uBlock Origin. Which is what I use. So most of my extensions now are basically useless. Mostly just because I think Chrome wants to charge people for all those services. But also, I now have to find a way to edit my character sheet because I just realized something that we've been playing with a lot of the Tasha stuff, which means I have 2 scrolls that a wizard can use for cantrips, and I can just decide to start preparing my cantrips instead of just having a fixed number of them. It just means that I can only prepare a fixed number of them. Because Minor Illusion would be really useful for Daedalus right now.
I still can't believe my little brother chose to do the theater mask. He is walking around as the literal representation of that.
Like I said in chat, but I get to repeat this. This boy is on the spectrum. Masking is part of the spectrum. It comes naturally to him. He now knows that how he presents his mood affects people he cares about. So now, okay, no, I've got a spell slot. This guy's stuff works.
This boy misunderstood the whole thing she was saying. No.
I want to point out, you guys expect Daedalus to understand a lot of unspoken rules and like interpretations. I was actually going back and listening to the episode right before we fight the giant octopus, and one of the big things in that conversation is expecting people to understand you implicitly, which is a lot of what Daedalus has to do on a daily basis.
But what I was talking about was the therapy session. It wasn't implied, it was explained.
Yes, this is his interpretation. Let's just say therapy actively did harm more than good. And a lot of other things are just piling up, so he's just doing his best to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Which is, again, why he's making sure our security system doesn't kill our pets and or adopted children. I'm not sure of the status on our wormling whenever we get it. Then, also, I had to go through... What NPCs would we ever bring to this place that Daedalus would allow? It's just like, oh great, now I have to do I already did Antimony, now I've got to do Rosie, possibly Misfid. He has to find out who here actually talks to anyone in their clubs or workplaces. And then you'd have to be like, okay, can I vet them for security reasons?
We're going way too deep in the weeds.
Yep.
This is literally his emotional response to everything. I'm sorry.
So the Patrick Star approach. Let's just take our feelings and push them somewhere else.
More like, I will be okay if everyone I care about is safe. I've said before, Daedalus is the person so unself-aware enough, he would say to Tony Stark, I want to put armor around the world.
Yeah, and it's kind of been, I don't want to say a project, but it's kind of been an ongoing thing to have cells kind of like point him in the direction of internal.
Listen, the fact that you remind him so much of his big brother is the reason why he listens to so much of what you say.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, hopefully soon I'll have art of the entire family that I can actually show on stream. I have a rough sketch of it, so I'm saving that. I actually have an in-character reason for why it's not complete. So if it comes up...
I'm back, by the way.
Yes, thank you. Also, thank you, Alpha, for the raid. Hope a lot of people following. Thank you to Extreme Station X and the Foxophonus for the follows. Yeah, this is our bi-weekly Strixhaven game, where we started playing Strixhaven, realized that was not fleshed out and not really good as a module for a campaign, so we have homebrewed everything. And...
Yeah, we're really taking it in a direction. It might not be a bad idea, honestly, to revisit, like, above game, how we approach this game once we get past this year in story.
Yeah, because then I also have to level up all of the NPCs as well. Yeah,
let's have a... Don't do that yet. Let's have a sit down and talk about it.
I am not doing that till we officially say we're going on to year 2. That is an entire day for me. But yeah, no, now that I don't know when Daedalus will ever use Gust, but I'm going to have him just sit down there and spend 30 minutes copying in 2 cantrips while we have this dinner.
He's gonna slap your... I'm just gonna let you know that Sal's is gonna slap your hand.
That is the most normal Daedalus thing he has ever done, which is eat with one hand and study or write in his book with the other. That's the least problematic thing he's done.
It's not a matter of problematic. It's just being to be like, you know, spend time with your friends. Work later. Like, it's not so much as a scolding. I'm just gonna be like, you know, that's seen as disrespectful by other people.
Put your phone away.
Yeah.
Stop looking at Scry Space.
Scry Space.
But I'm friends with Tomlin.
They're friends with Tom.
I had to think of a fantasy spin for Tom.
No one's thought about that particular halfling in years. Everyone's all about face spellbook nowadays.
I had my Scry Space until it shut down, and I was very sad. I change like my music media player like once every couple months to a different song. I had a playlist going.
Meanwhile,
although I do hear that a lot of people, though they're a little discontented with it, are a big fan of that one Confusion app.
Meanwhile, Dale just looks up. What's Scry Space? You look at his book/phone. He's on WikiHow.
It'd be wiki spell. Let's be real.
Listen, they can't all be winners.
Wiki
I'm not saying it is.
He has Perdix constantly updating his Zanga.
I also just realized the way I treat Perdix is I basically treat him as Daedalus' own living VPN. Which, for a paranoid, is both useful and alarming. Remember when we could have fun about about our wacky wizard who was paranoid of owls? Those were fun days.
We're not the one who took him in that direction.
True.
I don't have tea to sip, but
Yeah. He also didn't take himself that direction. A bunch of vampires took him in that direction.
My dude, you are 2 steps away from being a supervillain.
By choice at this point. Listen, you can walk it back at any point. I'm just saying.
I'll put this another way. For my backstory, I wrote one of Iapetus's greatest fears, and Daedalus is 2 steps away from it.
Remember when we were supposed to have the wolf thing be a really big secret?
I mean, the wolf thing stopped being a big secret very quickly.
I mean, it took a couple of sessions.
It took 2 episodes.
It took 2 episodes for one of us. It took a few more episodes for everybody. Last I checked, one of us only learned about it about 3 sessions ago.
What's it? 4.
And I was high as balls during that moment, so I may or may not remember it.
And the only reason why you might remember it is because Daedalus mentioned it to Anki in the house in front of everyone.
I have to go back for that episode, but I have... Going through all the stuff, we have nearly 60 episodes. This is episode 59. There's a lot.
There is a lot.
There's also one of those series I can't just do in my car. This is one where I'm like sitting down at my computer with my headphones on. I am decompressing, and I just want to try to remember all of the stuff we've done over 59 episodes over a bi-weekly schedule.
With this activity status thing, is this something the server can turn off, or is this something that you have to turn off per server?
Yes. Both.
Both.
You can hide it on your own, or you can turn it off. I already turned off our servers.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
Thank you.
How do we do that? I would like to do that.
It's just server settings,
Uh-huh.
and then on the main page, you look down a little bit. Activity feed settings. It's an isolated tick box, so at least it's easy to find.
Yes.
I return with Chimkin.
In
Yeah.
the overview page.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I turned that shit off.
Mm-hmm. So while we're still a little bit just chilling, how's everybody's day going?
Eh,
Eh.
it's a day.
Oh, Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I hope it was fun.
Fair enough.
It was enjoyable.
Okay. Place your bets. Is Jenna Ortega the brand new Helena Bonham Carter for Tim Burton? Place your
what?
bets. Place your bets now.
I am so lost.
I don't understand.
I believe Helena Bottom Carter was in everything that he did for a while, right?
Oh,
They were
that's
married,
what you mean.
They were married for a
Gotcha.
while.
Johnny Depp?
Oh yeah.
And no, Tim Burton.
Tim Burton was married to Helena Bonham Carter, and thus Helena Bonham Carter was in everything. And for some reason, she kept getting killed by Johnny Depp.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Johnny Depp is also a person that Tim Burton loves to have in his movies,
Mhm.
which is not a bad thing. Johnny Depp is great. Like, he's a wonderful actor. It's just one of those like, Tim Burton has favorites. Yes.
I feel like the moment that those two became friends was the moment that Johnny Depp discovered that he looked pretty good in black eyeliner.
Yeah.
It's a match as made in heaven as it is between Samuel L. Jackson and
Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin
That was
Tarantino and
also
Samuel L.
about-
Jackson, you said? Yeah.
It was also about the time that Johnny Depp learned he really likes wrist accessories.
We should probably get back into it, though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to fix the screen right now because I tried for a second seeing if that having less on the screen, like just a corner of it, would help. It didn't, so I'm just gonna probably fix this for stream real quick.
It's all good. Oh.
Oh no.
Sorry. Chicken. It is good.
Especially with the honey mustard dipping sauce. The best sauce for chicken.
God, I love honey mustard. Tell you what, though, the Arizona Ranch sauce that we got for the wings was pretty good. Same with that honey garlic.
It was garlic parmesan.
Garlic parmesan. Man, it's my apologies. For some reason, I thought honey garlic. Oh.
Also, Raiders, I hope you ate before stream.
Oh no,
you
they came in. They
SOB.
came in right when you were starting to describe the appetizers, so they have already been hurt.
It's gonna hurt even worse.
If you have a dessert, like say cookies or ice cream somewhere, it's gonna be gone before this session is over.
Oh, damn right.
Are you going to get your ice cream, CG?
I finished it off the other day.
Shame.
A damn shame.
I think I have successfully inured myself against the onslaught of food porn that's about to happen with a long-time drought of pizza being filled by pizza.
Oh no.
What?
It's not good for you.
It's pizza.
No,
Also, I had
it was a drought of pizza.
Oh, a drought of pizza. Okay.
Yes, and then pizza after not having pizza for a long time.
Got it. I had homemade pancakes with nutmeg, cinnamon, and apple pie spice, with butter and syrup, and
Which
then
tastes like a French toast pancake.
yes, they do. They're very, very nice. Especially like fried in butter is very good. And then I had a jalapeno popper to see if it would help clear out my sinuses. It is a little too hot at the moment for me, so I ate it, but I'm good on food for the night. Thank you.
I outsmarted myself earlier today.
How's that?
So I went and I ordered groceries earlier in the day, right?
Good.
And I ordered groceries. I got the groceries. I started putting groceries away, and I'm like, man, I've got Maelstrom in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do Maelstrom because I was waiting on the grocery delivery, but I was like, I don't want to cook and Saved by the Spells in like an hour. What do I do? And then I look, maybe I should order some pizza. And then I look at the bags I'm putting into my freezer. I'm like, oh, I ordered the good pizza. Fuck. I outsmarted myself. Shit.
Oops.
I literally I knew I was going to be hungry whenever I placed the order. And I literally bought some of those DiGiorno pizzas just so I wouldn't order pizza from the pizza place, knowing that this shit was going to happen, and I totally forgot I did it.
You know, no. That's actually a smart thing and fair. Because honestly, I was the same way. I want to say it was like a year ago, because we were... Oh, what was it, honey? It was the Red Baron triple pack of pizza.
I think Red Baron makes good pizza.
Yeah, they really do. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed their stuffed crust.
Yes.
You know, I had, on the topic of pizza, I wound up going to Pizza Hut today because the Pizza Hut near us is actually surprisingly legitimate and pretty good.
Nice.
I don't know how it happened, but it is. And they had Chicago Pub Pizza. That's their new thing right now. Which, if you've never had it, is like... You know how New York is
Thin crust.
super ultra thin?
Mm-hmm.
So they have it super ultra thin because you like fold it like a taco and eat it that way, but it's got like big slices.
Mm-hmm.
The way that Chicago pub pizza is they cut it into like it's also ultra thin, but it is one, it's much crispier, so it's not like you can't fold it.
Yeah.
Two, they cut it into squares, like small
Why?
hors d'oeuvre sized squares.
No, square pizza's a thing.
Yeah.
That's
Uh,
okay, but if it's a thin, crispy, can't fold it square, it's a bruschetta. It is not a pizza.
And third is they season it. Like they put, I'm not entirely sure what the seasonings were, but it was definitely different from the normal pizza, and it's pretty. Like I said, it's pretty good. It's definitely something that you would have as an appetizer as opposed to a meal, though. At least with how
Interesting.
the size of it and how it's cut.
There's this place near us, and we kind of discovered it like a year or two ago. It's called Old Italian Village Pizza.
Yeah.
My God, it's so good.
Yeah, we should. I'm kind of agreeing with Krista.
Yeah. Okay. So, we return to the scene. We all good? We all here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Wiley?
I am here.
Zai?
Present.
Alright. I did hear Vaughn, and I heard my spouse.
Yes.
So, Ender,
Shall I take it away?
the floor is yours. The podium is at the ready.
As everybody had just a moment to taste of the deep purple loaded potatoes and the brie, it would be set to the side for just a little bit, still within reach of everybody to be able to get more if they so chose. But the next thing that is brought out is a platter that is set before you. The tantalizing aroma of fried chicken would soon reach your senses. And you would see a bowl sat in front of everybody with what looks like a thick, rich, purple, creamy delight. The first thing that it draws you in with the allure is the golden brown chicken that is fried to crispy perfection. It glistens under the candlelight of Ender's dorm. Glistening, each piece exudes a warmth that promises a tender, juicy bite. The buttermilk batter has been crisped into a crackling crust, with every ridge and crevice holding a secret of very savory number of spices that are ready to burst with flavor. Besides this masterpiece of fried chicken lies a generous mound of deep amethyst purple mashed potatoes. Their creamy texture inviting you to just dive right in. The potatoes are whipped to a pillowy smoothness with rich butter and just the right hint of salt, creating a base for what comes next. On top of that, a velvety gravy, both thick and savory, is ladled generously over the potatoes. The coloration has been altered to thematically match the potatoes. Its deep hue hinting at the rich comforting of the flavors within. The gravy pools slightly at the edges, seeping into the potato and spilling over onto the crispy chicken, binding the elements together in a blend of texture and taste. The first bite of the crunch of the chicken gives way to the tender, succulent meat inside. The meat is soft, tender, juicy. Every mouthful is a perfect contrast of both crispy and juicy. The potatoes are smooth and rich. They melt on your tongue, while at the same time, the savory gravy ties everything together. Its warmth just spreading through. Along with the potatoes and the gravy, are a basket is set aside. The tantalizing aroma of warm garlic butter rolls fill the air, As though it's beckoning you closer, the rolls, soft and golden, are nestled together like a treasure chest, each one glistening with a generous coating of melted garlicky butter. The tops are brushed to a perfect sheen, butter seeping into every single nook and crevice, infusing the bread with its rich, savory goodness. A delicate sprinkle of fresh parsley only adds a touch of color, the vibrant green flecks standing out against the soft golden brown of the rolls. The subtle earthiness enhancing the aroma, promising a rich contrast to the butteriness. The rolls themselves are pillowy soft, each one giving just slightly under your fingertips, inviting you to tear into them. And when you do, the bread stretches and yields, revealing a tender, fluffy interior, a puff of steam emerging from it from their freshness. They practically melt in your hands. The first bite, the softness of the roll balanced with the rich, garlicky flavor, coating your lips while the parsley adds a hint of brightness. It is absolutely brilliant. And as you're beginning to settle in on that, another dish is set nearby, another pair of dishes. You observe and you smell the inviting aroma of shrimp and a strange substance that some of you may have not seen before, given your locations. This, wrapping around you like a warm southern breeze, before you is a bowl of creamy grits, golden and buttery, beckoning with a smooth, velvety texture. The grits are perfectly cooked, their richness promising to melt on your tongue with every bite. Although on top of this comforting base sits a generous portion of plump shrimp, each one massive, succulent, their flesh glistening from the heat of the skillet, the shrimp having been sautéed to perfection, kissed by a perfected blend of spices that adds a tantalizing heat, just enough to make your mouth water from anticipation. Their flavor is bold yet balanced, the spices enhancing around the natural sweetness of the shrimp without overpowering it. But it's the gravy that truly ties it together, much similar to the gravy that is with the chicken and the mashed potatoes. This gravy has a savory bacon-infused masterpiece that drapes over the shrimp and the grits like a silken cloak. The gravy is thick and rich. Its smoky flavor from the crispy boar bacon bits are generously scattered throughout. Each spoonful offers a perfect harmony. You take your first bite, the shrimp's tender meat gives way to the smooth creaminess of the grits, while the bacon adds a layer of depth and lingers on your palate. But that's not all. Turning to the side, another plate is set. This plate, your eyes are immediately drawn to the vibrant colors of a caprese salad with balsamic reduction. It's a feast for the senses, both the eye, both the colors of it, the way that it's smelling, the thick, creamy slices of fresh mozzarella laying nestled between ruby red rounds of ripe tomatoes, their juices glistening in the soft light. Each slice of cheese and tomato is perfectly proportioned, inviting you to savor the harmony that it is about to unfold. Scattered across the plate are fragrant basil leaves, their deep color striking a contrast to the white cheese and the red tomatoes. The basil's fresh, peppery aroma wafts about, mingling with the scent of the sweet, tangy balsamic reduction that is drizzled over the entire dish in delicate dark ribbons. The balsamic reduction, slow cooked into a syrupy consistency, clings to the ingredients, its sweet balancing the acidity of the tomatoes and the creaminess of the mozzarella. A little bit of a drizzle of golden olive oil glistens on top of it all, adding a rich, fruity depth that elevates each bite. And that is your main course and the appetizers. We'll be back with dessert in just a minute.
Holy shit, Bob, breathe.
After these messages.
We'll be right back. I stumbled when I saw Willie say Capri Sun.
Salas
I see.
Salas
Go
will
ahead.
sorry.
I said, go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
Salas will respectfully pass on the shrimp and grits, but this is known. And Darren knows that he's not the biggest seafood guy, but he is going to go all in on those garlic butter rolls. And he approaches the caprese salad like he just discovered, like he just figured out cold fusion. Like he's in love with that salad. It looks delicious.
Nice.
Oddly enough, the party will notice that the shrimp and grits was on the other side of the table, away from Salas.
Ever the considerate host.
Yes.
And Dare knows his friends.
Beautiful.
I think Belky will try the shrimp and grits and realize she doesn't particularly like the grits and just eat all of the shrimp. And then with the caprese salad, give it a little try. Realize that she really likes the tomato in the balsamic vinaigrette with the mozzarella, but probably just leave the basil. But she'll go in whole hog on the chicken.
Oh.
After
Probably.
a while. Good.
Mhm. Oh, probably leave the rolls for, like, she'll have one, but leave them mostly to Salas. Fuck, pussycat, this is good. I've never had some of these before. What's this thing that the shrimp is sitting on?
It's called grits. It's basically made from grain that you combine it, add some water, cook it. It's really good fresh, but if you leave it for too long, it kind of congeals and solidifies, which you can still eat as is. It's a really good, long-lasting food.
I mean, you just call it grits. Yeah, it's like gritty, like sand. I thought that was kind of the motif you were going for with like shrimp and the beach and sand, but I don't think it's a texture thing. I can't.
Hey, we've got to learn what you like and what you don't like, right? And sometimes you got to try things that you like and don't like to find what you like and what you really don't like.
Listen, you made it. I'm gonna eat anything that you make for us at least once, right?
Absolutely. Daedalus, his eyes are shifting to you.
You would have seen the Daedalus without even really seeing what anyone was doing. He did what he always does. He goes for food that will work as good fuel and can be eaten with one hand. So he's definitely got the fried chicken and the rolls by him, and possibly like a small plate of the salad because he can pick at it with a fork.
So how'd you magic the potatoes purple?
The potatoes were actually purple.
Bullshit.
Nope.
They were.
Extremely
They really
oxygen-rich environment makes them grow purple.
Weird.
I had to go to my special guy to be able to get a hold of those.
Special guy for potatoes. I see.
Well, he's got more than that. I mean, I got a deal on this wine.
Yeah?
Yeah. 2 bottles for 5 gold, but you could only buy, apparently, 2 per person because some dwarves have really been getting into it.
All right, well, take me with you and we'll get 4 bottles next time.
You're a little late to the party on that.
Was all
You
gone?
mentioned that.
I would also say Indare would hear in his ear as Daedalus brings a drumstick to his face. He goes, "Samson special or just weird?"
What?
He said he has a special guy.
Oh.
He then speaks above. He speaks to the group as though he didn't hear Daedalus, but generally answering it. Yeah, it's this guy on campus. Him and his son basically run a grocery store. So, yeah, I like to go to him now and again. You know, I'm a regular. Him and his son like to go hunting. I even introduced emotions towards Salas and Iapetus. Introduced them to the pair.
Nice.
Yeah, they had quite the haul. It was
she's saying in
Mm.
between bites,
Of course, of course.
which you'll notice she ate some of the shrimp and grits, then ate some of the caprese salad, and then randomly took a piece of basil from the caprese salad on one fork and put it into the shrimp and grits to see what would happen. But
I dig it.
meanwhile, yeah, he had quite the haul. And since they like to hunt, figured let him know about the Hunters Association, so we might have more. Excuse me. We
You're
might
good.
have more options for hunting for later.
Belky
She
will
was
pass-
choking on a piece of basil.
Belky will pass Iapetus a cloth napkin. You good, Red?
Mm-hmm. It's just really good. And she's like covering her mouth because she doesn't want to talk with her mouth full.
So
It's
speaking of
just really good.
yeah, speaking of the Hunters Association, actually, I had an idea to celebrate as well. Something to like take our mind off of all of this shit. Right? Now I liked it to surprise people, but this is kind of like see what everybody's chill with, because I don't know what you guys are like feeling. We know that Red can turn into a wolf. I know there are potions that can turn people into other things. What if we went into the woods, all of us turned into some kind of wolf, and then we go on a hunt, and then Pussycat cooks up a really nice meal that we hunt together? Or we can just tear it to pieces like animals, which would be fine.
I mean, wild
prefer not to
animals,
waste.
yes, but yeah, we hunt for the use of putting it to use afterwards. Also, how did Indare react to the we know that Iapetus is a wolf?
Felky thought everybody knew.
Oh no. Everyone should know, but one person was very high.
Hey, Frost. What do I have to? Given that I was really, really high and really, really stressed out, and I had a Belky in my lap at the time, do I remember that Iapetus was
I'm gonna say, roll me a history with disadvantage.
The only thing that would help him, like I said earlier
That's a
during break,
10.
is that Daedalus mentioned it.
Now
But there was a lot happening then.
hold on. You in there? You go. That can't be right. Iapetus is a person. They're right there. They're not a dog. I mean, they might got that dog in them, but you know, they're not a dog.
Oh my god.
Slight head tilt, thinking internally, does Iapetus know how to polymorph already? Wait, is Iapetus a druid?
Wait, you're but wizard. What?
Wizard, but druid, but what the fuck?
Oh, here we
Fluid,
go.
wizard.
Here we go.
Here's the question: is there visual like confusion?
Let's tell you what.
Mhm.
Roll an insight.
All right.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm
Renee,
absolutely
you
gonna
see
do
the
it.
visual confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so Belky definitely gets that one.
13.
Yeah.
Fuck! When Daedalus beats you on insight, that's bad.
Basically, he was moving to the kitchen to grab the next course, and as soon as that said, he tilts his head as though, the fuck? Wait, what?
Yep.
Before he
Yeah.
grabs the plate.
Bro, we told you. Red can turn into a wolf.
Huh. Cool. I didn't know that you were druid.
I'm
Just like looks over at Iapetus.
looks at Belky like, huh?
Yeah, someone else said that the first time, too.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Or a
No.
lycanthrope. Either way, I don't judge.
I mean,
Perks
listen,
up visibly at that.
if somebody's getting bited.
Eyes narrow, looking over. Although I am going to keep my eyes on you during the full moon.
You want to
See, but-
explain red?
See, if it wasn't for the fact that we were at the table, I'd change at will just out of spite. But no. You don't have to worry about the moon. I can do it at will. It's a family heritage sort of thing. Obviously, no, not from points over to Lucy. No, not from Lucy's like family, adoptive family, like I said.
Pureblood. I got you.
It's not exactly lycanthropy.
Oh no, you haven't bit any of us yet, so depends on how kinky you want to get.
No, can't confirm. No,
Well,
can't confirm.
No,
Can't
none
confirm.
of us
like-
have asked.
No, can confirm. It doesn't happen by bite.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah.
or at
actually the-
least as far as I know, like it didn't happen. I bit Lucy when I was like a pup. So and he's fine. We don't understand all the circumstances behind why I'm able to do it. I just know that I can. My siblings could do it. My mother and father could do it. It was a tribal thing, which is why looks back from Belky to Endare, which is why I can kind of understand the necessity to protect the tribe.
Yeah.
Part of the pack.
Hey,
And kind of
big guy.
smiles.
Over at Goldblum.
At the mention of tribe, he goes quiet. More so than he already was.
I'm like, you hardly say anything. Hey, big guy.
Funny enough, Goldblum was the first person to see it outside of Daedalus.
Really? Want to tell us that story? Come on, Rocksteady.
It was the
Weave us a
basilisk
tale.
incident.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was normal because I could do it.
Which
All
was
right.
honestly great, because the default reaction for most people is to try to kill me or fix me.
Which
So
doesn't
I
make any
appreciate that.
sense.
Also, don't go spraying any of this around, especially like high elves and old high elves. The only thing we know about it was considered some kind of sign of ill omen if you ever met an elf that could do this, which is kind of why we came here to try to use the Biblioplex to figure out why.
Although, to be fair, that was also your grandmother pushing that, like, old wives' tale. Because even she didn't know what I was.
Your grandmother is full elf, right?
High elf, yes.
So that is probably what? 7, 8 centuries worth of old ways?
Wait, so your grandma's a
Yep.
high elf. You're a drow. I thought your dad was something else.
Well, actually, Dale's be like, okay, let me just explain here. I had to get this done because the artist who was going to commission a copy of the portrait couldn't do it fast enough, so I just had him do a sketch. And Frost, it should be in player handouts. If you'll watch Daedalus reach into his pocket, pull out a small folded picture, and show it to everyone. This is actually what my family looks like. It's easier to explain with a picture.
Handouts. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Where's this
You
at?
need just a una minuta, por favore.
Yeah.
Si, senor.
That's only shown to 2 people. Why is it only shown to 2 people?
To
On-
everyone.
Oh, I thought it would. Sorry.
That's why.
What?
I programmed it so definitely the stream could see. I must have forgot, but yeah.
Here, I'm just gonna put this to all players. Save the changes.
You could also put it in the Discord.
Yeah, I can actually
True.
do that. It's actually in our DM little area, so I can just copy it for.
Oh, there
There
it
we
is.
There we
Okay.
go. Yeah, just had to do some editations.
So we got, let's see, a half-elf man, a drow, high elves, you, your sister. I'm guessing that's your siblings on
Yep.
either side.
Yep, that's Theseus and Ariadne.
So the high elf is your grandmother.
Yes.
That is a mixed family.
Yeah, elf genetics are weird. It also doesn't help that my mom was basically the product of drow eugenics. So,
Yeah.
that explains why 2 of my siblings are sorcerers, and why I have only the basic abilities to cast drow innate spells.
I mean, it's fine. You guys tolerate me, and you know my secret.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying genetics is weird, like, we couldn't figure it out, like... Honestly, it's a good thing Grandpa went before, like, the children were had. He would have been so confused. He barely got elves in general, from what I heard.
And Dare reaches out and puts. This is a physical item that you're holding, yes?
Yeah, he's holding it up to show everybody.
And Dare points a claw and points it to the drow with the purple glasses. That one is dangerous. She's the way that she's sitting. I don't understand why, but I'm getting a sense of authority and danger from that one.
Yeah, no, that's my mom. She actually starts every business meeting with someone new with explain the fact that she can make up to 12 people's room. She can make up to 12 people in a room's head explode if they make her mad.
Fuck, she sounds like my mom. Shit.
Yeah, she
Same.
can be intense, but she's also incredibly cool.
Is that a portrait of your dad or your granddad on your grandma's lap?
Yeah, we don't have much of him. He wasn't really big on like photographs. He was just really happy that he found a good wife and had a son that he didn't understand but was good at doing things.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I never got to meet him, though my grandma quotes him a lot. Mostly, that boy ain't right.
I get it.
Iapetus just pinches her nose. Like,
A friendly reminder that a Hank Hill impression is an Elvis impression slowed down.
What?
I get it.
It's accurate though, isn't it?
Yeah, I hate how accurate it is. I would like to do something
Sure.
real quick for you all. An enjoyment.
Portrait comes alive and attacks.
No, not that. There's a beep coming from your chest, Daedalus.
Daedalus' face above game won't change because of the disguise self, but below face he has this like giant look of, what now? And he just
I have good news.
Oh?
Samson file compiled.
Oh, okay. Well, here's a better question. Is everyone looking at Daedalus? Was it a loud beep or was it in a head beep?
It's a loud beep. It's actually like a microwave ding.
Mm.
You have a microwave ding in your chest.
Ding.
All right. Is there anything that jumps out of the like purview that I gave you? Also, you'll watch Daedalus just put the 2 fingers up to his head like he usually does as the signal that, oh no, he's got a Perdix question.
All information compiled can be summarized in this. Philanthropy. Quite high. Social circles. Very broad. Criminal activity. Vast.
Well, then Daedalus should just take his fingers off of his temple, then hold up a finger. So I have confirmation that Samson is a crime boss.
That came out of nowhere.
I've learned that there's only so much memory that certain like constructs can have, and a terabyte is a lot to process, and there's a lot of information on Samson.
Bite, like as in food?
No, it's spelled with a Y. I honestly said the same thing. I don't get it. I'm just dealing with... I'm trying to understand Perdix because he tries to understand me. It's just kind of a mutual respect thing.
I'll take your word on it. It goes all over my head. So, okay. Crime boss. Noted.
Yeah. Again, I have to disseminate most of it. I just got Perdix to go through all of it and give me, like, the broad strokes. But again, it's not relevant, at least not right now. It's just... It's out there, so we went to a crime boss's wedding. I'll add that to the list of weird things we do.
Man.
This unit has a question.
Is that out loud?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
Perdix, do you just want to come onto my shoulder and make this easier if you're going to address everyone?
I was gonna say your chest is talking.
This unit does not require the need to detach. This unit, however, does require an answer.
Oh?
Well,
What does
what's your
food
question
taste
then,
like?
Perdix?
Whoa. That is a very good question.
Could you repeat that just so it's properly heard?
What does food taste like?
Mmm.
Uh,
You know. Mmm.
Happiness.
Yeah, it tastes like happiness. It tastes like family and friends.
Dale's is saying that thing because he thought for the longest time that when Perdix attached himself, he also attached to his nervous system, so you'd have a sense of taste.
I have a curious
Processing.
question. Perdix looks like one of the scarabs we saw flitting about with Morg a while ago with a cupcake when it was like his birthday or something, right?
Correct.
Was the scarab also like was that scarab also nibbling kind of on the cupcake or just kind of like buzzing
No,
about?
it was just happily carrying a cupcake.
Well, it might be a little hard to explain what food tastes like, but do you and others like you kind of share a, pardon the statement, a hive mind of sorts? Like, can you share information with each other?
Answering this question should be simple. Main network usually depends upon unit interface and programming. I, a scarab bot, tend to share a linked mind with those of my fellow brethren.
You see
Well-
Belky go a little pale at hearing that.
Under the disguise self, Daedalus is very much Excalibur facing.
Wait,
However, this unit has adapted.
okay. Okay, so nobody else knows about Red or Iapetus or my family heritage, right?
Correct.
You've not. Good. Delete that part from your memory bank.
Authorization for deletion required.
Okay, well, I authorize it. Come on, Specs, help
Access
me out here.
denied.
Okay, Specs.
Oh, okay. Delete connection between Archdevil and Belky. Well, this is inside his head.
Yeah.
Between Archdevil and Belky. Do not delete all information on affiliated Archdevils. Maybe needed in the future.
Understood. Would you also like me to clear out unnecessary function?
At that point, you're going. The mask might slip a little because Daedalus's voice does not match the expression he has, which is kind of a neutral, just happy, as you hear him say, define context of request.
This unit is detecting a 85% storage within organic bowel.
Could you say that again? You kind of cut out.
Oh, my apologies. This unit is detecting an 85% storage within organic bowels.
Oh.
He's saying you're full of shit.
Damn.
First of all, we set up a boundary system when it comes to that. Nature will take its course.
Correct. This unit, however, would like to...
There will be no expediting of nature taking its course.
Copy that.
In fact, delete that subroutine.
I see you're trying to delete this subroutine. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Paradix?
Specs, are you okay? Specs, you're kind of just like staring off into space. Are you okay?
I'm having to explain to something that shares my central nervous system what it should and shouldn't do as a subroutine. Basically something that it thinks is efficient, but is actually not good for organic bodies. Like, I've already had to explain to it that while it can administer both, like, sedatives and also stimulants, I've had to explain to that normal organic beings get addicted to those, so I need to have him do it when it's almost basically not, like, only in emergency circumstances.
Okay, but did you delete the information about
Yeah, I deleted
your
the
sister
connection.
and me?
I deleted the connection between you and your dad. There's not even that much on your dad in, well, Perdix doesn't have information, but I'm sure there's some kind of locked files back on the plane where I got Perdix that Naylock has. I've already found that he basically doesn't even put all of his information in his files.
So I need to come clean with you guys on something, right? And you know how Nylok doesn't like me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he knows who my dad is.
Does Naylock like anybody?
No, but he really doesn't like my dad. He used a spell on me that because I got real pissed at him, and he used a spell that had me on the ground screaming in pain. It didn't kill me, but it sure as hell felt like it was gonna.
Can I get some more context with that?
When was that?
First semester, I think.
You're still in the first semester.
Oh, are we still in the first fucking semester?
Yes.
I think we're not in the first semester.
Like, we're
had
like-
two
First-
exams.
First year, second semester.
We're in first year, second
First
semester.
year.
We're entering the third semester.
Oh
of the
my
first
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
god.
My apologies.
Oh, I
Okay,
thought you
so
were referring to it as the year. My bad.
when when we had the founders of the school come over, and like my dad was there, and then we had the cult incident, and Perdix, can you like shut off for a minute?
This unit is unable to shut off.
Can you like deafen yourself for a bit?
This unit cannot deafen.
Can we destroy it? Because Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, no wait, she wouldn't say that.
Perdix, question.
Who's
Can
this Jesus
you-
Christ?
That's what I was saying.
Scanning. File found. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Shut up. Alright, anyway.
Perdix, if you can, we would prefer if this conversation does not go anywhere else. Can you do that within your limitations?
This unit can accommodate.
Thank you.
This
If
unit
need
can
be,
also
you and I
offer-
can go outside and I can describe to you what taste is.
Yes.
Oh, yes, before I forget. There was another scarab just like you. With Professor Morg some time ago with a cupcake, helping him carry it. He might be able to help you convey what food presumably tastes like.
This unit is familiar with said scarab. This unit recognizes this scarab in the same manufacturing process. Digit
Good.
number ID 3 above.
Alright.
Sibling?
Sure.
Anders family.
Family is what you make of it, or are made on the same assembly line. Sure, why not?
So, if I may, we're
Yeah.
getting a little distracted. A
Right.
little all over the place.
Okay. So, when, let's say, this was, after we dealt with the cults and whatnot, my dad put a devil in my shadow to make sure that I was gonna be okay. He's a fucking moron and should not have done this because it's a fucking devil.
It
Yeah.
wasn't a devil.
What was it?
It was
Undead.
undead.
Oh, it's undead. Okay, well, search and replace devil with undead. Okay. He put an undead in my shadow. How that works, I don't know, but he did it. Nylock caught it, got real mad. My dad got expelled from the school. Nylock then destroyed the undead. We got in some verbal fisticuffs. Then I actually threw hands. And then he used the spell and I was on the ground screaming. So, mutual hatred all around.
Frost, would I have an idea of what that spell would be, or should I do an Arcana?
I'm going to say, for all intents and purposes, don't roll. Perdix is actually going to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Cars, inquiry.
Yeah.
Describe pain.
Extreme unpleasantness. And it's fucking pain, man. It hurts.
On scale of 1 to 10.
Probably like a 15 to 20.
Lethality rating.
It wasn't lethal, but it hurt like it was.
Scanning. Scanning. Arcana found. File. Power word. Pain.
Yeah, that would make sense. I don't know what he did. But yeah. He vaporized the undead thing, and then, yeah. After that, I ran the fuck out of there as fast as I could.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I did say I didn't like Nylock very much.
That's a lot.
Yeah. But somehow, he knows my old man.
Maybe we should do... So, first of all, that's a lot to take in. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that it sounds a bit more like an overreaction than something... How do I put this? You both have animosity towards one another. A bit of a strong overreaction from his part, but he didn't, like, by the sound of it, he didn't throw the first punch. The spell itself was extremely unpleasant, but it was non-lethal. Didn't leave any lasting damage.
I can't speak for my mental well-being, Sully.
Well,
My poor brain.
you know how you can fix that? Therapy.
Nah, that sounds fake.
Yeah, so does that pain. Or, sorry, mental anguish.
Wow!
This unit detects high amounts of sarcasm.
I want to shut that robot up real bad.
Listen.
Yeah?
Reason I'm asking is because I want a full idea of this, alright?
Yeah?
And as we have mentioned before, we're all friends here. That's why that whole toast came about for. And I'm
Yeah?
a very fair individual, and I'm trying to get a good idea of what happened. And it sounds like, if I were to hazard a guess, your temper and personality and feelings clashed against Nylock's...
Yes.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
Nylock.
That would be accurate.
Even though I'm not gonna lie, while you guys already know this, I'm not Naylock's biggest fan. I don't hate him, but I have my reservations. That said, using what is a pauses for a moment. Using what is a 7th level spell on a 2nd year student
Yeah.
seems definitely a bit much.
While I can agree, this is where my conflict arises.
I mean, I did try and punch him in the face, but I don't think even I could do any damage to him.
Especially when he can stop time.
And he's
May I
made of
pose
metal.
a question?
Yeah.
What's up?
I would like to turn the direction from you to Naylock.
Sure.
So, you're in Naylock's shoes. You just found this thing in this student's shadow. a student that you know is tied to your father, that is the biological offspring of said father. You
Yeah.
don't know how much power this child has, how much of the father's capabilities that has been adopted by said child, specifically in a fit of rage, because in rage comes power that we never knew of. Do you believe that in a situation like that, that there was a lot of unknowns, that he might have gone with an extreme measure to try to deal with anything that might have come unforeseen in case any of your father's bloodline flared in that very moment?
Might I put forward a suggestion instead of, causing pain that would have been very bad if this had gone the other way?
By all means.
Hold fucking person.
Counterpoint. I thought about that.
Yeah.
I can do that too.
Oh, just puts Belky in an armbar.
Big man, you could do that without the spell. Look at them biceps. Jesus. No, fuck it, I did it again. Fucking tear, man.
Who's this Jesus?
No, tear, man.
But to offer a counterpoint, the spell was a power word spell. Yes.
Yes.
Now, hold person is a spell that is known to fail on occasion.
Yeah.
Correct? Individuals might fend it off. It's also a condition that someone might be immune to. I don't know where I got that from my studies, I suppose. It seems like as painful as that was, no pun intended, it was ultimately a good choice of a disable, because it avoids a lot of potential problems if you were to, say, overcome the spell.
Now, don't get me wrong, he's still an asshole for doing it, but we
absolutely
understand his motives for doing it.
Counterpoint. Assuming, as our dear sweet pussycat said, pain and anger gives you more strength than we know of. If I had some kind of latent demonic whatever, and he did that, what happens if I went full on, I will bring down death and destruction upon you, and shit like that?
Real talk?
Yeah.
He runs a finger across his throat.
Yeah, probably.
But then that brings me back to what I touched on before. While I do agree, I understand it if it's from Naylock's perspective, trying to cover all bases, so to speak. I'd be more willing to go with that if we hadn't seen him stop time.
Yeah.
I honestly have to wonder if he just lost his cool to the point of also neglecting, a good choice. Where it wasn't just a matter of protecting himself, it was just he was angry.
I can actually provide an answer to that one.
Fair.
What's up? This food's great, by the way.
Yes, I'm literally looking forward to dessert.
Oh, well, you have to wait for the dessert. We're spilling the tea first, my guy.
So, from my understanding in a talk I had with Naylock, time magic is not costless. You may specialize in it, but there's still a price involved. Now, in this particular instance, one that is at this juncture, it's a student that's getting angry at you and threw a fist. It's not your dad-sized level of a threat. Would it make sense to use a spell that has a high price associated to it, or something he can just kind of do?
It's still excessive, though, man.
I don't think it's so. Let me put it this way. Let me just lay out my stance on this. I think you were both at fault. I think he took an overreaction. You threw a punch at him. You threw a punch at him. You can't pretend to be blameless. But let me, hey, Belky.
I'm gonna flick potatoes
Let-
at him.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, or I'm gonna walk out.
Okay. Wow. Fuck. Calm down.
I don't like being interrupted. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You both did something to the other. He obviously overreacted. You were the instigator, though, and he had a lot to consider. It was a complex situation for him, complex and an angry situation for you. There were a lot of factors going in, and I can see that. I am of the opinion that he could have done a lot different, but I can't exactly blame him for. I can't exactly blame him for the actions, just the implementation of those actions. If that were to be the case. Does that make sense? Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay. With this coming to light, I can't say that I'm particularly pleased.
Really?
I mean, he used a spell on you. I mean, that's not good.
No, but listen, I'm level-headed now. Like, I get why he did it. Like, I'm not gonna say I don't.
Fair enough.
To his credit, though, right? Like I said, he destroyed the undead. He could have presented this thing to like the council and like the elders of the school and whatnot, and had my dad ousted for what he is. They think he's human.
That's a fair point.
So he must have cooled his circuits or whatever, because he didn't. And he doesn't like my dad.
Hmm. I'm thinking that Naylock is a fearsome but clumsy individual. If I were to hazard a guess.
Yeah, probably.
Got a real lot of smarts. Not exactly the most. What am I looking for here? Tactful person.
No.
I feel
I'd
like we
imagine
need.
he's also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, by all means. I've been talking a lot.
Oh, no. She was just gonna add on. I imagine he's also frazzled too, if we recall that conversation I overheard.
Let's not forget that. Well, let's not forget that conversation you overheard. His position was called into question. They confounded him, got around him, this whole business, this nonsense,
Yeah.
and put him in kind of a questionable spot.
Yes.
One that not only is he still having trouble recovering from, but one that the campus is still having trouble recovering from. After all,
Yeah.
campus as a whole still have him around for more or less security measures, yeah?
Kind of, sort of. Isn't Morg taking over his duty now?
He's running the head of it, but Morg still talks to him a fair bit.
Well, yeah. Where is he? Specs?
Are you talking for Morg or the robot?
Nylock. Where's Nylock?
Daedalus, like, this is the first time you've seen like the features change, and like they've gone from that like regulated kind of like just generally happy. They're now just basically kind of flat, and you'll just hear him say, "I don't know. He's at least close enough to get places on campus. That's it."
He can get to campus?
Insight.
Yeah, same.
I've been wanting to insight Daedalus ever since this conversation started.
Well then, Frost, considering
Considering
considering he is also regulating his facial expressions with a disguised self, do I make a deception with advantage?
I'm gonna be honest.
Because right now his face is not actually showing what his face is actually showing. The fact that it actually went from happy to neutral is kind of a red flag.
I'm going to say, I'm not going to have you roll disadvantage, but I want you to just roll a general roll. General.
Also, when did you cast Disguise Self?
Before you came in.
He did it while he was walking
It's gonna
behind
be
you.
a general, like, standard roll. It's not, the disadvantage would have been just because of with.
Well, no, I was saying with
because
advantage
disguise.
because again I have a magical disguise.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this right now.
Your sister is also in the room.
Yes. Plus,
And knows you.
Perdix would have been kind of like going noted.
Oh yeah, no.
Feeling false.
Ever since he muted Perdix, every red flag that he would be like going off of right now is not being. It's just in Daedalus' head.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
And you share that head.
Yeah, I know. Daedalus is not. Let's say Daedalus' head's not a fun place right now. But that being said, 21 deception.
Yeah, you beat my 18.
Yeah.
I know you're deceiving me, but given the like conversation that we've had personally, you haven't shaken Salus off the trail.
Yeah.
He can't confirm it, but he smells something.
Perdix, however, will chime into your head, though. Permission to speak.
Not granted. In his head, Perdix, I told you before. You can either pick him or me. I won't fault you. But I can't have you work against me.
This unit does not wish to work against. This unit merely wishes to fix problems.
Well then, we will fix the problem. But also, certain things need to be aired between me and him. I am going to do my best to make this a non-violent situation, but it is going to be a private one. And that's the entire thing. It's just like, again, if I had, to the rest of the group, if I had any idea where Naylock was right now, I would probably be having a certain conversation with him. Unfortunately, I don't know, and I probably won't see him until the funeral, which I still have not been told when it will be. So I have to prepare for that as well.
Yeah.
Sorry? You sound really tense, though, buddy. Like, your expression is one thing, but your voice is different.
I noticed that when he was talking a little bit earlier with Perdix.
Yeah. You okay?
Honestly, no, but I will try to react calmly and process everything as it happens.
I mean, we can talk, my guy.
Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for it. May I offer something?
Sure.
On the topic of your professor, I'd like to point out a few things. First of all, Perdix. Perdix is still here, aiding you, and allowing you to go through everything that you need. Correct?
Yes.
Do you think that Perdix is doing so because Naylock was ignorant of Perdix?
No, he knows directly about it. Well, them.
Do you think that Naylock allowing you to continue to use Perdix? After all, how did you get Perdix in the first place?
That's a good question.
Oh, I thought I told you all this, so... After everything that happened, well, the first time I discovered Sweet and his associates, Marcus and Antoine, I went to his office because I knew from an accidental incursion of trying to, like, leave a note for him that he kept an orb that contains an entire pocket dimension. And I went there, and I was scared, and I left. But then, when I found out about the vampires, I knew I had to get in contact with him. Perdix is the first thing I found of closest to living life in that pocket dimension. And he directed me to where I could get to basically contact Naylock. He also talked me through having my entire body atomized and traveling across a vast scale and then being rebuilt. It's not fun. You will throw up.
No.
That sounds awful.
Yes, it
I'll have
was.
to avoid that.
Yeah. Highly recommend avoiding. But yeah. And then Perdix stayed with me and attached himself to my heart, which it was a lot to process, but it was also on a night where I was processing having discovered the cult again, 3 vampires, and then the everything with Sweet. So, in all honesty, I figured he just dismissed it as being useful because, if I'm being quite frank, in just the strides I've done more for the school security than Naylock and Mork have done in the last 100 years.
I very much doubt that.
While I understand you're going through something, Lucy, a lot of some things, somehow I feel like that's a stretch. We barely, despite what we have achieved, we barely know what the hell is going on. So,
Yeah.
like, I wouldn't go so far as to say that you've done more than they've done in the last 100 years or so. We weren't even here.
With the power that they have, there's so much they could do. And again, this is collectively with all the staff. And I am still plugging holes and finding things. We discovered a nearly adult dragon by accident.
Yeah, we did. And we killed it, though.
And this cult is ancient. So, I'll put it this way. While I'm not excusing what has happened, either a lack of action or too much of maybe one on their part, Lucy, we also don't know what they inherited. We don't know how seeped into the staff or the school the cult might even be, or the vampires or the Tay or anything else that we're dealing with. So,
well then, can I share one other thing? This is something
Sure.
that I kind of blew off in the situation, but in having to deal with things and possibly think that certain staff might be assisting the cult, I had to actually look it over. So, one of the reasons I put all of you in danger because I was stuck being, around those vampires and charmed by them is because there's actually a moment to just, kill all of them in that night. The faculty was going to do it to save me. But then they decide, no, it'd be more useful to have them alive for time so they could spy on them. So they...
What?
Yeah.
And you know this how?
I spoke directly to Morg through Perdix in the situation. It actually became dangerous because right before the Securitrons were going to strike, I hit the deck. And then they decided to not strike. So I had to explain that away.
Above game, I don't remember this.
No, I don't either.
It did happen.
I don't. When did this happen?
This is back when he was first talking to Sweet during that, literally, in their room. The line was said, Securitrons are surrounding the area, and they are primed to strike. Then Sweet said something. I'd have to go back and listen to the episode. But right when he thought that they were going to strike, Daedalus hit the dirt, and then he was like, nope, we could actually get something from this. And that's why Daedalus kind of just went along with the idea of Sweet blackmailing him.
Frost? Confirm,
I
deny?
I thought
That is confirmed.
Oh wow, because I was gonna say I remembered the conversation with Marcus and Anton in the room, and them basically suggesting the blackmail, or basically saying this is what's going to happen. You're going to be blackmailed. I didn't remember that. Wow.
Yeah. So
It's been a while.
So Specs, who told you that the staff wasn't doing this? Wasn't going to do anything about the vampires?
No, the staff was going to do something about the vampires, but they wanted to continue to, try to find out what they could. But that directly put myself in danger, and you, Goldblum, and Salis by proxy.
Who told you that?
Morg, directly through Perdix.
Oh, I thought the vampires did. I was going to say the vampires probably lied. Morg said that. Did you talk to any of the other teachers about it?
No, my only point of reference was Morg at that point because I was also compromised, and he was the only person running security at the time.
That's sus, bro.
I know. I had to bring this up to Naylock directly, who is defending Morg, and I can't read Morg's mind because both Diane and Morg have had magical items inserted into their brains that make them unreadable.
Oh, well, good to know for me. Fuck.
I also have to imagine that if I were in a position like that, and Morg was either in, as you seem to be leading to, compromised in some way.
Actually, no, I mostly cleared Morg as just being an incompetent. But at the time,
I
again,
mean, putting
Yeah.
students' life at risk for studying vampires is astronomically beyond incompetent. And he's the head of security.
I don't know.
To answer that question, he is not the head of security. He is just part of the security council.
Okay, so he's on the
Because
security
singular
council?
position was dissolved into a multi-group position.
I understand. So, point still stands. He's on the security team.
honestly, right now, the only two people on the staff I actually trust are Diane so far, and
Shrub.
well, yes, Shrub, literally, because we're dealing with a blood cult and he's a plant.
Yeah, but Shrub's also been there for us in times of need and covered our ass, don't forget, with the bat goblin thing.
I mean, again, those are mitigating factors, but again, the most thing is that we're dealing with a blood cult, so he would benefit no way in aiding them, and also those other factors. I'm having to work off so many things.
Then stop.
Yeah, you know you can talk to us, right?
Well, hold on.
No, I'm saying we already had this conversation with Pussycat here about going off and doing his own thing for the betterment of the tribe. Specs, you got all of us here. You don't have to have the whole world on your shoulders. Talk to us, man.
Belky's right.
My shoulders are big enough.
Yes. Share and Bilky will like lean over and like clap Goblin on the back and grab his one giant shoulder. Give it to the big man. He can hold it. If anyone can hold it, the big man can hold it. Come on. Out with it, Specs. Speak words.
He is definitely going to take a moment to compose himself and try to figure out how to word or articulate everything that's going on. Because again, his head was a mess before he muted Perdix and had a lot of alarm bells in it. And now you're asking him to articulate emotions, which is not his strong suit.
Yes.
Don't we know it?
Mm-hmm.
Notice his sister is silent. Not judging, but just like almost looking at him, eyes just kind of begging, especially when someone said like, then don't try to carry it all. There's like a pleading there, just waiting.
Mm.
If he sees that, you're gonna watch as again the illusion actually drops for disguised self, and you're gonna watch his face go from neutral to a face as fuck ass mad, and then just kind of crumble and start to be like very sad. Just be like, it would be so much easier if you were just all mad at me. This is all my fault.
No, Specs.
No,
Oh,
I'm the one who put you guys in danger in the first place. Then I trusted Morg. Then he botched the job. Sweet got away. He then took something from you, points at Belky, and used it to then kill someone I greatly respected, and then tell me that he'd spent every moment since what happened learning about me just so he could hurt me. And the best way he found to do that wasn't to actually do anything to me. It was to do it to all of you. And if he does it, there's no bringing you back. There's nothing. He'll erase you. I can't let that happen.
I feel like he's gonna get up from where she's at and walk over to Daedalus, and she'll just pull him into a hug while she's standing. And so she'll like while he's sitting down, she's standing. She'll just pull him into a hug.
Daedalus.
Just close this door here. Specs. What could you have possibly done that would have prevented all of this? You're just one guy. We don't blame you. You know that, right? Yeah, stop blaming yourself.
Even in your own description, you said everything was your fault.
It's not.
Yet after a while, you stopped even including yourself in that. You were talking about what Sweet does, what Morg does. You are not to blame for everything. You are certainly not to blame for the decisions of others, the failings of others, the successes of others. You are you. You're not responsible for everyone else.
Bro, none of us are to blame for the staff going missing either. Like, it was supposed to go off. It was lost in transit. Nothing we could have done would have changed that. Like, short of us going on a crusade to go hand it off ourselves to an archdevil, which, I'm gonna tell you, my dad would not have let me go on. Like, straight up, I would not be able to go. Because he told me I cannot have contact with my uncles. And I'm gonna tell all of you right now, and she looks at everybody here. My uncles are not as nice as my dad. My dad actually
devils?
wants to be a better person. They are still devils. Like, straight up. They're still fucking devils.
No, I can tell you for a fact, straight up, with first-hand experience, they're assholes, and they don't fucking tip.
Wait, what?
Uh,
Wait, you ran into one of my uncles?
I don't know about your uncles, but I've run into devils.
Oh, okay. I was
May
gonna
Allah
say,
be
that's
of
highly
this-
unlikely that you ran... One of them
Okay.
doesn't do social situations.
ahem.
But regardless, Specs, you didn't do anything wrong.
I'd say he's crying. I'd say he's crying now, but the only person who's ever seen him cry is Zai. Well, not Zai. Iapetus. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to articulate a lot of stuff. I thought. Let's put it this way. I thought this talk would happen across multiple episodes with different people, but nah.
Nah, get fucked.
Nah, it's the group session.
Yeah.
Lucy?
You wanted group therapy. This is the result of fucking therapy, bruh.
He looked at Iapetus
Sorry.
when he heard what she was saying.
Go ahead, Zai.
So you're not to blame for any of this? Then... Well, not just than any of us, but... I'll put it this way. If I can't blame, and would never blame, my other siblings, I would never blame you for what's happened to all of us. You can't shoulder all of that alone. You don't know what's happening here any more than we do. This isn't a problem to be solved by one person. And how you're feeling right now, it's not a problem to be solved either. It's kind of a waived process. And you have to let yourself do that. In whatever way that works for you. For
But then-
some of us, it's going to go hit things in the combatorium.
He's gonna erupt. No, but then when do you get to process?
We are processing right now,
No,
guy.
no. Iapetus, when do you get to process?
Process what?
In
No.
in the therapy session,
Mm.
you literally said that you weren't able to take care of yourself because you were too busy taking care of me. That hurt me more than
Yes.
anything else.
Yes, but that's the thing, Lucy.
I can't keep being a burden my
That-
whole life on everyone.
You're not a burden.
But I didn't call you a burden.
It doesn't
I
matter.
said It does, because it was me pointing out that essentially if I want you to be able to take care of yourself, I also have to step aside and take care of myself too. That I have to give you that room to essentially make mistakes and learn. The environment we grew up in, you didn't necessarily get to do that because there were expectations for both of us, yeah, but more so for you because you are a Vandavinte. But here, you need that space. You need that time to be you. And I have spent usually most of my time wanting to make sure you're okay, which doesn't give me that space to process. But that's the point. I have to acknowledge that I'm doing that in order to say to myself, I need to step back sometime. And it also lets you know when I step back that it doesn't mean I don't care. It's that I care enough about you that I need to know I have to care about myself as well.
While Iapetus is talking, Belky's just gonna be like, as Daedalus is crying, she's just like patting his hair and like holding on to him if he's cool with that.
He's half unresponsive. Like he is focusing
That's fine.
directly on his sister. Like again, I'm just giving you the
Yeah.
like. Go on. Like you're not doing anything bad. Just
Yeah, she's just trying to be soothing. That's all.
I'll put it to you this way, Lucy. I don't regret looking after you first and putting myself second sometimes. Because again, that's what the pack does. If someone in the pack is injured or hurt, they will surround that one person to make sure that they're okay. They'll surround that one pack member. And I mean, truth be told, I wouldn't change that, because if I did, I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have met your parents. I wouldn't have met any of you. I ended up here because of that. Daedalus, you have no idea what she's talking about.
Could you repeat that last part? Sorry.
What she just said, like what she's alluding to,
Mm-hmm.
Daedalus is unaware of.
Ah.
He does not know how she got to where his parents found her. Because she has never told anyone. But she's basically saying that if she doesn't regret putting her brother first, but recognizing when she needs to take a step back to make sure that she's okay to take care of him when he needs it. Because she's done it before. And if she hadn't done it then, she wouldn't be here now.
Also, I hate to try and cut a scene short, but it is It
Yeah.
is 10:37.
Just one moment.
I was gonna
do
say,
have
Dale's-
something.
I was gonna say Dales
Go
has
ahead.
something that he's gonna basically say. I'm gonna
Sure.
try to take care of myself, but I have to get through this funeral first. After that, we can figure out something, or if anything, I just want to go fix the hideout. That'll make things easier. Is that okay? He looks to, like, in order. He looks to Salus, then Belky, and then to Iaptis. Finally, just kind of fixes on him.
How about we have our dessert first? Yeah? Something a little nice to eat? And Dare worked real hard. Come on.
Okay, and I'll do this. I will do this in front of you. My first response would be to do this away. I'm gonna be open. And he's gonna motion his arm out, and Perdix will recognize that he's basically directing him to crawl down his arm onto the table.
Perdix will acknowledge. He will come down.
Perdix, I want you to direct a message to Naylock, and I will also unmute you.
The Scarab nods.
I'm also sorry for doing that. That was wrong of me.
This unit has no quarrels. This unit understands. You are under extreme duress. This unit understands. Entire group is under extreme duress.
Alright, to Naylock. Make sure he hears this. I'm taking down the countdown timer, but we are going to have a talk at the funeral. This is non-negotiable. You've crossed the line, so we are going to talk. And that's when he's just going to put his hand back down, and Perdix can just crawl back up him however he wants.
Perdix will actually not crawl back up just yet.
Belky's gonna give Daedalus a small little like peck on the top of his head. You did real good, Specs. You did. I'm really proud of you, okay? It takes a lot to be able to say things like that. I'm not gonna tell you everything's gonna be okay, because none of us know if it's gonna be okay. But we're gonna be here for you. Alright? All of us together.
Okay.
Yeah. And she gives him a little pat on the back, and she'll step back and head back to her seat.
I believe Perdix was about to say something.
Sorry, go ahead.
Perdix actually will respond. This one has received an update.
Display for the group if possible.
You will see Perdix actually using a minor illusion holographic projection show two individuals. One you are very familiar with,
Mm-hmm.
and one you are never seen before.
Okay.
The first is your metallic professor,
What's up, bone boy?
who goes, I have received your message, and I acknowledge. The funeral will be tomorrow afternoon. Time will be 1:30 p.m. If you wish to attend, you will be thoroughly dismissed from all class.
I will be attending.
I have nose.
Have
And
what?
I have nose.
Oh, news. I thought you said nose. I'm like, he doesn't have a nose. What?
I just took this random nose from somebody.
Yeah, no, it did come off his nose, but again, that's the Naylock voice.
Yeah,
You're fine.
my apologies.
Excuse me, I shouldn't laugh like that.
Oh no, you're fine, you're fine. I have nose that might assist. And he is actually going to step aside and let this man come up. I take it you all are the ones who have been having a little bit of trouble on campus. And the look of this man's kind of weird. He is wearing this man's kind of wearing almost like a rainbow colored suit. Like it is mix matched. Looks absolutely like, take the most generic looking human being you could. That's that. This is like John Smith or something, wearing a freaking like rainbow clothing.
Understood.
From the bottom of my heart, I am sorry for all disturbances. If you all do not mind, I would actually like to personally talk to you all in my office, preferably after the funeral.
And who are you?
Do I happen to recognize this man from the feast that Indare prepared for a whole bunch of guests?
I'll say you are the one with the highest passive. Yeah. Roll me a history. I'll even give you advantage. Well, actually, no. I'll just say roll a history.
Well, 24.
Oh, yeah. This man was at the feast. He did not really talk a whole lot.
That's fine. I think I know who this man is, or at least one of them.
Actually, I think this might be different.
I'll let it continue.
Yeah.
He looks to... I believe it was Belky that said...
Yeah.
Who are you?
Hoomst.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Cos. And as well as you, Mr. Van de Vente, Mrs. Van de Vente, Mr. Ender, Mr. Creed, Mr. Goldblum.
Oh, this is a two-way street. Okay. Hi. Welcome to our dinner table.
It looks absolutely scrumptious, though I'm currently talking through a projection, so I cannot, interact. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alf. I am the Dean of Strixhaven.
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
Ah.
He's got a rainbow. All of the founders are two colors.
Mm-hmm.
Would I have met this guy since I'm a transfer student?
Nope.
Fuck. Okay.
The Dean... None of you have ever met the Dean. In fact, no one knows what the Dean looks like.
Did you say his name was Alf, as in like the dude from the show from like the 90s? I just want to make sure I'm hearing right so I can write
It's
it
the same
down.
spelling, but it's not fucking that thing. Yes.
I think
Cool.
it's
ELF.
I was about to say it's probably also an abbreviation.
Yes.
Is it
Works
now?
for me.
And he kind of just... He gives you all a smile and he goes, I hope that by tomorrow we cure a vast majority of our problems.
Thank you for your time, sir.
It is understood. And he looks to Nelak and he goes, are your preparations made? They are. Alright, you are dismissed. You will still be reporting to my office immediately afterwards. I do wish to see what else. But besides that, students, I wish you all a wonderful day. Or night, I should say. And he gives a nice, polite smile.
Likewise, sir.
Have a good evening.
He nods. And the feed is cut.
Well, shit.
Just gonna take a long swig of that wine.
Dale's just going,
Suddenly,
He actually responded to my threat within a day. That's actually remarkable.
You gotta stop threatening people, Specs.
There was
can
Hey,
I?
Daedalus.
Can I say one thing before you give me that information?
Uh,
You literally watched me stop threatening people. That was the entire this, as he just gestures to Perdix, who, again, he holds out his hand if he wants to crawl back up.
Yes.
Perks will crawl. He'll do like the little stick bug, like shimmy shimmy as he gets like up on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm. You were gonna say something,
Yes.
Frost?
So that message you sent to the founders,
Oh no.
you never got a response from them.
Ah. So as all of this happens, and a kind of an uncomfortable silence falls over everyone, the air is heavy. Sal's is gonna go. Anyone for dessert?
Yeah, I think dessert would be a great way to end in the evening. Cheer everybody up a little bit. Yes. Please.
Can I have some tea?
Tea with dessert would be very nice, actually, yes.
And never mind.
You're gonna need tea for this, even though we've spilt so much of it.
We've been selling a lot of tea, baby.
Yeah.
finishes the wine. I would absolutely love dessert.
Before I grab the dessert, I do have to say, Salus, putting that bass in your voice, very hot, very appreciated.
You know what? I'm so completely drained from everything we just went through. I'm not even going to disagree there. You get a win there. Fine. Good
Damn.
job.
Didn't even have to bring out a Fira for it either.
Proceeds
Turns
to
him-
further choke on wine remnants.
So he brings over a couple trays that are covered with metal coverings. The first one that he reveals, he reveals to you all a cobbler.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you will probably recognize why I'm making this a cobbler.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at you, Zai.
That was creepy.
Zai plays a character in M&W called TJ Gable.
Uh-huh.
And the faction that TJ is in is known for Mama Wade, who is known for making peach cobblers.
A
I
most
see.
legendary peach cobbler.
I see.
So as the tray is lifted, the cobbler reveals a golden caramelized crust that gleams with a rich, buttery hue, promising a perfect contrast of flavors and textures. As your spoon gently breaks through the crust, it yields to reveal a luscious, bubbling layer of peaches beneath. Those peaches are glistening with their own syrupy nectar, the vibrant sunlit hue hinting at their sweet, juicy explosion that awaits. The crust, with a subtle crispness yet soft, tender crumb, complements the peaches in the delicate dance of flavors. Each bite melds the buttery, slightly sweet crust with the fragrant, juicy fruit, creating a mouth-watering harmony of textures. The topping of this warm, inviting creation is a generous dollop of fresh whipped cream. The cream is light and airy, and the velvety smoothness is adding to the cloud-like softness to the dessert. As the cream begins to melt away into the warm cobbler, it creates a luscious swirl, blending the deliciousness and the sweetness of the rich, buttery notes of the crust and the fruity brightness of the peaches. As he reveals the second tray, the lifting of it, you see a chocolate cake. As this chocolate cake with vanilla ice cream is placed before you, it feels as though a divine dessert has been conjured for you. The cake's outer shell is a rich, deep brown. Its surface is slightly cracked, inviting and hinting at the molten treasure within. With a gentle nudge of your fork, the cake gives way, revealing a decadent stream of molten chocolate that flows luxuriously from the center. This warm, velvety chocolate lava glistens like liquid gold in its deep, intense flavor, promising an indulgent experience with every mouthful. The aroma is an intoxicating blend of rich cocoa and vanilla, enticing you to dive in. Perched alongside this molten masterpiece is a perfectly round scoop of vanilla ice cream. Don't die on me.
I can't
I'm
promise
just
that.
getting to the best part.
Ah.
The perfectly round scoop of vanilla ice cream in its pristine white color, striking contrast to the dark chocolate. The ice cream within is creamy, smooth texture, begins to slowly melt as it meets with the warm cake, creating a swirl of hot and cold, rich and creamy. As you take your first bite, the experience is nothing short of magical. The warm, gooey chocolate embraces the vanilla ice cream, creating a delightful interplay of temperatures and textures. The molten chocolate's rich, bittersweet depth is perfectly balanced with the ice cream's cool, creamy sweetness, resulting in a symphony of flavors that dance in your palate.
Nice.
And with these, Dare will serve the drinks. And J Frost did as the final of the plates as the final dish of these as the final dish of this feast is being delivered and dined. Due to his Arcana roll and his cooking check, is anything felt specifically during this dessert as tea is given out?
Yes. A mixture of feelings.
Hmm?
Solidarity. Camaraderie. And an unyielding hope that tomorrow might be a better day. That you will
Yay.
not face it alone.
That sounds like a good spot to wrap up for today.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Food! Food
It-
heals always.
Food is best medicine.
Yes.
Just so you know, it wasn't normal food either.
What was it?
Remember all that praying Dare was doing at the very beginning?
Yeah?
I mean,
I
he
remember.
did say grace beforehand.
What does Dare do specifically with candy and food and everything?
He imbues
Feed
spells.
people?
Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Did you discover a new recipe?
Maybe.
What
Did
kind
you
of
fill the
recipe?
food with love?
Literally the best ingredient, love.
Who I don't know the
And LSD.
the exact effect, but it was basically a how to word this. He was making a feast for his friends that he loves.
Yes.
It was his ultimate symbol of love,
Hmm.
and so he made a prayer for it. Normally he makes a small prayer, but today he made a big prayer, and he imbued some of his magic into the food, and
So-
that's why you feel like you feel.
Oh.
Ah,
Okay. I thought
So-
it made you feel what we're feeling.
shit. So that's why this Salus and only Salus's food tasted like an aphrodisiac.
That's funny. Who ordered the
great.
oysters? And we got chocolate? And we got wine? Huh? What's going on here? But,
Don't worry
yeah.
about it.
Yeah. Fun times.
But yeah, as usual, since we are wrapping up, J Frost, you're first. You don't get a choice.
Yes.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Find me on Twitch and Twitter, jfrost747. You know where you can find me also over on Farting Tart's channel every Sunday and every other Tuesday for Rascals and, of course, War of the Shattered Sun. You can also find me here every other Saturday for this lovely campaign where friendship, camaraderie, and heartache are in abundance.
Yeah.
That's it for me. Honey Bunny.
How is I? I've been sick for the last couple days, so I didn't get to do my intro earlier. My wonderful husband did it for me because he is the best and I love him. I am clearly just a figment of your imagination. I don't exist. I don't know what to tell you. Why are you listening to me? Why are you I'm not here, bro. I do not exactly have a social media presence anymore. I don't stream anymore. I'm just here every other Saturday on Burnout Vaughn's Twitch.tv. There's rather other way around. Twitch.tv/Burnout Vaughn every other Saturday for Saved by the Spell. Bob, thank you for the feast for the ears and the senses. Go ahead.
Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm Shoutout Answer Bob. You can find me at Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Blue Sky, so on and so forth at Shoutout Answer Bob. Streaming is going to be kind of iffy as of late, but I've got a few things that I want to at least try to work on. I want to do more Saved by the Spell with Jurassic Park Evolution 2. The first episode of that was very interesting. Got a lot of really interesting back and forth between Daedalus and Indare, and I'm looking forward to seeing other members of the cast pop in. I know that some of us are really excited for that particular game, which is why I've been holding off until I can get everybody, at least some of you, into the game. We're going to be working on Heading Out, which is a very interesting roguelike, in which I am making choices based on my chaotic gremlin of a daughter, Gabby. We've got the Maelstrom, which I'm hoping to be having run tomorrow, which is my 2K23 meets D&D wrestling show, with a lot of fucking players. I mean, a lot of players. There's like, I don't know, 60, 70 players at the moment. Maybe more, maybe less, who knows. But that's about it for me. Zai, where can people find you? What do you have going on?
Why, hello there. I am Zyme. You can find me on Instagram and Twitch at Zymesite and pretty much everywhere else at Zyme or Zyminess. Been doing some Final Fantasy X HD Remastered on Tuesdays so that I can try to beat Penance in the Dark Aeons. Prepping for spooky season because, oh yeah, Onimusha 3 is definitely in the works. I'm very excited for that. It's the only one I haven't played to the end. Go and get in there. I'll give you guys dates for that later. Doing fighting games and beat 'em ups for Fistful of Fridays on Fridays. But have been mostly playing Dragon's Dogma on Fridays instead, because I love that game. It is very fun. Yeah, and that has basically been me. Every other Saturday I'm here with these lovely beans, and I will soon be returning to doing more Wizard Sibs with Vaughn. More on that later. And, Wiley, it is now you.
Hello, you can find me at Wiley is Willy on Twitch.tv. I play randomizers, mainly Castlevania these days. Tuesdays you can find me at Martin Tar's channel every other Tuesday for our Ravnica game. Every other Saturday if I'm here, of course. And on Sundays, every other Sunday, I play co-op Zelda with Helixux. My music can be found at Ko-Fi and YouTube at Wiley Willy. Missions are open. CG, where can we now find you?
Lots of places, like pretty much everything that J Frost and Wiley talked about. Like, I'm in a lot of D&D campaigns. I actually run one, but only every other Tuesday. It's Pack Tactics, our all Warlock campaign. And if you want to hear more about it, I'll pass it on over to the only person who hasn't gone yet, and one of our players in that game, Vaughn.
All right. Hey, somebody come up with a raid message. But, hey, everybody, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky at Burnout Vaughn, over on Patreon at Burnout's Bar. As we were saying, yeah, another session of Pack Tactics, our all Warlock party, where, yeah, we have had to deal with so many mysteries. I actually have to give CG all of his props as a DM, because he is literally one of the only people I would trust to make me play an entire session of D&D where Kuatoa are the main story point, after what I've been through in other D&D games. So, it's a fun time. A lot of things have been revealed and gotten heavy, and it's been a real fun time. So I suggest check it out. Then on Saturday, we have No Love War Extra with Zako and hopefully Saris, as we deal with Hindu. Hercules, a.k.a. Karna. Yeah, we're having an uphill battle, because we're also basically fighting with Babylonian Hercules, but super nerfed. Fate's fun like that. But with that out of the way, we're gonna raid our good friend Brawl Kaiser. So what should our raid message be? I pressed the
Go
wrong.
Raw Kaiser.
You
I
got-
suggested eat the feelings away.
Yeah, that one. That works. That works for this. So our raid message.
Eat the feels.
Yeah, eat the feels.
There you go.
All right. Thank you all for coming out. We will see you again in 2 weeks' time. We love you and bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.